There we go. It's some reason picked the wrong server, so we should be good now.
Your
All
voice
right.
still sounds the same, but I'm hoping it's fixed.
Well, if there's something wrong with I don't know. Do I sound robotic on the stream end or just in the
I
chat?
don't know.
Because
I
it's
haven't
just in the
checked.
chat, I can maybe
Let
try
me
and fix
see.
that.
Usually I've got it muted so I don't echo, but let me check.
For oh, I used to be that bad with magic. I used to be that bad with magic.
You sound normal enough in the stream.
Okay, that's fine
I
then.
guess it's just in Discord chat. Ugh.
Yeah, well, it's whatever. But we got the stream up $400. Cute. But yeah, I wanted to just go through some of the presents I was gifted quickly before we start talking about what we were playing this week. Apparently, Draco was playing some Yu-Gi-Oh! Pokemon cards can sometimes be very valuable though. So the Wii U staple of Smash Bros. Or was it Die?
Was that the Wii U version you said?
Yep, it's the Japanese one.
That's why it looked different.
Yeah, because it's just the Japanese Wii U version. These are all Japanese
The Wii
imports.
U, is it region locked? I don't
Yeah, it
remember.
is.
Oh, okay.
That's two Wii U's now. If I can somehow get them to play with each other with some weird stuff. Mario Kart 8, you probably just looking at this couldn't tell that it's an import. If I close up right underneath it, it says it in.
Oh wait, if I sound robotic to you, then whatever's happening in the chat must be the internet, and then it's Twitch is hearing you fine, and then I'm robotic on that.
I don't know. You sound like you usually do for me, so I don't know what's going on
Oh,
with it.
good. So nothing makes sense. Zero
Nothing makes
consistency.
sense. Nothing at all. So it is what it
That makes
is.
sense.
Yeah. Mario Kart 8. Yeah. Mario Kart 8. The Switch version's technically better now, but it's always nice to have some of the stuff. I
Yeah.
didn't actually have a physical for this. I have it digitally because it came with my Wii U, but now I have a physical too.
Wee woo.
The Wind Waker, Kaze no Kuto?
Kaze no Sokoto.
Zelda no Tetsuya, Kaze no Dokuto. Uh, Ben Kaito's
Yeah.
being digital only is dumb. Battle Kaito's also being Switch only is also dumb.
Alan Wake 2 being digital only is dumb. It seems like there's a lot of dumb choices in the industry right now.
I'm gonna leave this one. I'm gonna leave this one for last because I need to show you the manual for this because it's glorious. Uh, a Japanese copy of Skyward Sword. Oh, it has a soundtrack too in it.
Oh yeah.
When games came with extra stuff, and then was our copy of Bayonetta 2 this cool? It came in a box.
Hmm. I don't remember. It's been a while.
Oh, I have. We
I
have.
do remember something like that though.
I have just Bayonetta 2 though. I don't have Bayonetta 2 1 and 2 for. Well, I have both of them. But oh, yeah, these are actually really cool. Uh, the boxes, and then the back. Kind of sick, actually. Yeah, I kind of like the dark colored Wii U logo rather than the blue.
Hmm.
Oh, it just looks nice. And then No More Heroes 2. desperate struggle with the black Wii logo. How many Wii games had a black logo? I really can't think of it. A black box.
Very cool.
But yeah, and can you tell the man? Can you tell this is the manual?
No, it looks like a box. I can tell from the side. I can see a bit it's thinner, but
No.
it looks like the box. That's cool.
Yeah, and there's oh my god, was the North American version of the manual this interesting?
I don't remember, to be honest. It's been years. I miss getting the physicals and manuals for things.
Yeah, it's such a rare treat to get manuals now.
Yeah, part of the fun used to be on the ride home from the store, looking over that thing as a kid in the back seat.
Yep. Oh, Marvelous published this one. They published the
Marvelous.
original ones? Yeah, but yeah.
I believe so.
No More Heroes 2, which apparently only has an English dub.
Really? Even in Japan?
Yep. This is a Japanese version, 100%. I don't even know what the
That's
North
unique.
American one looked like. Yeah. But
I
yeah.
mean, I don't mind. I like the dub, but I didn't realize it was the only choice,
The dub
too.
is good, but like,
Yeah.
it's such a. 3 is as a game I haven't even like finished or done anything with yet because of a couple things. I am gonna just go back in here quick and try and adjust some stuff. And then we will switch back to the looking at my screen because we can do that. Remember, you don't have sound protection here
hmm
like you usually do. So you have to use Discord because everything else is being done.
Yes, sir.
I'm just letting you know. I don't need my router
No, no,
settings
I
in
appreciate it.
open. I'm just gonna close that so no chance. All right. So what were you playing this week, sir?
Well, I started with a little bit of Call of Duty with the boys. We were doing some DMZ, doing some Warzone, did a little more Overwatch.
I'm
I
so
was
bad at
playing some
Warzone.
Resident Evil 4, though. You so bad at what?
At Warzone,
I
absolutely
wouldn't say
terrible.
you're bad at Warzone. I would say that there's 12-year-old Twitch shooter kids that are insane. The kids that are cracked at Fortnite. We're definitely going to lose to them. But you could still handle yourself in a gunfight. I'd still say you were average. Not in a mean way, just, average. Not bad, not cracked out. Um, yeah, there was some chaos because with the events going on, a lot of us were like, let's do the fun event things. And then there's some asshole on a building a mile away with a sniper who's like just watching that area. He's like, all right, no one's having fun on my watch.
No fun allowed. Yeah.
Fun's illegal
The
now.
current RoboCop game. That's an interesting concept. The RoboCop game looks
Yeah, that was fun.
interesting. A little bit rough, but that's kind of that studio's forte. If it's even like 3/4 as good as their last game, the Terminator, is it Resistance? Which is basically
Yeah.
like a little like a smaller scale Fallout game set in the Terminator universe, then I have pretty high hopes for it.
Yeah. I had also played Gotham Knights this week because it came to Game Pass. I was like, I might as well try it. And it's good. It's a little bit weird because it doesn't need some of the live servicey looter shooter elements that it
I
has.
absolutely
But
hate that so many games are have tossed
yeah,
in.
it's the new crafting. And I say that because when Minecraft came out, everything thought it needed crafting. And then everything thought it needed open world. And now everything thinks it needs to be live service. But unfortunately, it also thinks it needs the old things. So it's all just stacking to be the same generic game with a different skin from a different studio.
Yeah, I don't
And
like
it's
that.
frustrating.
Stop it.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's not cool. I already was pissed off with battle passes and all the DLCs coming right at launch on day one. Now you're telling me it's all the same game with different skins and all the same bullshit? No.
Yeah, we could go back if we only could go back to a simpler time.
Yeah. When games were like, I'm gonna be fun. Now games are like, I'm gonna squeeze you for all your money. Maybe I'll be fun. That part's optional. Ooh. And I also finished up the original Shadow run. I forgot I had saved right at the last boss fight, not finished. So I redid the boss fight 3 times to get all the free endings. Good game,
Nice.
definitely recommend it. Short and sweet.
You're talking about
I believe it's on Game
the
Pass.
360 one or the
The Shadowrun Returns. They had the remake
the RPG
trilogy.
ones?
Yeah, the ARPGs. And I believe they're on Game Pass. All 3 of them.
Yeah, Shadowrun's a really interesting universe that I would really like to see
Yeah.
explored more.
Tech and magic. You gotta love it. It's like dystopian, cyberpunk stuff mixed in with D&D and magic. So for people who aren't familiar with the series, it's D&D cyberpunk with obviously more to it than that, but you got deckers, which are dudes that hack into the matrix basically, and you can do stuff there. Then you got magic, you got guns, you got swords, got a little bit of everything. It's very cool.
Yeah. Anything else you played that was super interesting?
Uh, I don't know about super interesting. I've been enjoying the new season of Diablo, and I played a little bit of Outbreak: The New Nightmare, and it's as janky as I remember. But oh well, actually, I've also been playing a lot of Mario Wonder. Um, I don't remember if that had come out last week yet or not, but very fun. It's insanely creative, and honestly, this is the kind of thing I would want games to go back to, where there's just a million ideas, everything is brand new and fresh every level. It's focused purely on fun. There's not day one DLCs. There's not patches coming with actual content later that they pushed off. There's not expansions day one, pre-order. It's just here's a Mario game, here's all the content, here's some great ideas. See you next time. And that's all I need in my game. I don't need 4,000 hours of gameplay. I've put about 5 or 6, and I've had fun with all 5 or 6, and I'm still only at like World 2. Bring back fun. What
Fun
about
is
you? What have you been
good.
playing?
Well, my buddy was over, so I was playing a lot of fighting games because he likes playing fighting games.
That's what that was about. We thought you were just testing the new controller. And I was like, oh, fighting games. He doesn't play those often. He must be seeing if the button presses
No,
work correctly.
my buddy was over. He wanted to play like all sorts of games, so we had
Yeah,
Dead or
so
Alive.
like Dead or
Yeah, we
Alive.
had Dead or.
Yeah.
I actually have physicals for Dead or Alive 1 and 2.
And I saw BlazBlue.
Yeah, BlazBlue because yeah, I
All
couldn't
the good
defend
stuff.
the honor of Elizabeth, unfortunately, and I couldn't win with Yukiko. But I did get some traction with oh god, what's her name? I hit random at one point, ended up with 2 weird characters and ended up winning. Like I don't know any of these characters. Oh, Yume was the other one I couldn't win with. No, I did win with her once. I grabbed Yume and Kuma. Uh um uh
Oh, you were playing Tekken also?
no. No, Teddy.
Oh, Teddy.
His name's Kuma and it's just
Gotcha.
bear.
Bear.
Bearable.
Akuma sounds so much cooler than Bear.
It is cooler than bear, but let's be real here. um yeah, so and then we went to Melty Blood. I actually could stand on my own 2 feet, surprisingly. And we're just going through like all sorts of stuff. Like I said, he loves fighting games. Let me play Smash Bros for a bit, but I only have one
Classic.
pro controller, so I ended up playing on my fight stick, and that was a mistake. It I got the Smash Orb and I couldn't use it because the button prompt for it was on the side of the controller. And I'm like, which one is it? Because it's like clicking on a stick or something by default. I think, I don't know. I looked
Hmm.
it up and I'm like, but none of the buttons would work for it. I'm like, every button combination, like I'm smashing everything, nothing's working. I'm like, damn it. It's also fun because it's the Switch and it's a PlayStation fight stick. Circle is forward, not X. The first button on the bottom corner, which you'd expect to press. So I'm pressing and he was messing
Yeah,
up
you
too
made
because
it basically.
he plays a lot of on PlayStation and Xbox controllers. So it's like
Yeah,
you
it
just
was
press
basically
the
like a
bottom
Japanese
button.
one.
If only everyone could do it. When it was just Sega that was being different, it wasn't too bad. But now it's like now Nintendo's the odd man out, basically.
Yeah, Nintendo is the Sega of this gen.
Yeah. So I'm sure you guys saw me go. All my friends saw me go through all sorts of weird games. Oh, we used to play Guilty Gear. I was really bad at Guilty Gear. Like yeah, Guilty Gear. I was like, no, it's Strive. I'm like, no, it's Guilty Gear Strive. My head
Yeah.
was being weird. Uh, Absolutely crazy. It was cool to see him after like all this time.
Hmm. When's the last time you guys hung out?
Before COVID.
Oh wow,
Yeah, it's been a
that's a
while.
great reunion.
Well, we were gonna last New Year's we were gonna hang out, but uh he thought he might have had COVID, so he didn't come
Mm.
out. And then other people were worried about stuff, so didn't. He never got tested for it, but that's what he thought. So,
Yeah, better safe than sorry for those kind of things.
well, 100%. I actually appreciate that he, instead of being like, "Oh yeah, I want to go see everyone," he decided to stay in and be like, "Yeah, not going, not happening."
Yeah. Hmm.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
people hate the Xbox dudes apparently again. Weirdos. All right, back to you. Sorry, I just got a message and I want to check it.
No worries.
What anything else that I was playing that was different? Oh, so we also discovered one other thing while my friend was over. He started like pawing through all the physical games, and because he doesn't have an Xbox currently, he just
Mhm.
plays on PC and PS5 and mobile. He plays a lot of mobile games. It's like Brian, but not Brian. And um, so he's pawing through the games, and he goes, yo, does this one work? And then we put in Genma Onimusha in the 360, and it works. Because I've been looking for a replacement power supply for the original Xbox, my original Xbox, for a while. It's not that I haven't
Mhm.
found any; it's just that I haven't found any that are reputable. I don't want to buy from just some guys like I got this and it'll last like a week
Yeah.
because that's literally worthless to me. Like I want it to actually work. I might have to replace more capacitors on the board and some other things. That's fine. I just don't want to have buy a crappy original Xbox power supply. So my brother, who
Yeah.
is the expert on Onimusha, like that's
Yes.
it's he's played all of them, whatever. Genma Onimusha is a completely different version of Onimusha. like uh it's hard. It's like basically a harder mode, better
Huh.
graphics. There's like this mechanic where there's these souls that can make you invincible, but enemies will try and suck them up and become more powerful, like Crimson Head, basically.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then there's like a preview animation, and there's this weird doll shows up, and it throws out these giant claws. I'm like, that wasn't in the game. I've never seen that before. Satanosuke has different outfits. Like, it's a completely different version of Onimusha. Like, same place. It's like a remixed version with harder stuff. Is it working
When
okay?
did that one come out?
That was 2002, I believe. Uh,
Hmm.
I would pull up the case, but it's over on the other side. And I'm now even more mad at Capcom for not supporting their legacy IPs and legacy games. Especially when there's a different version of it that exists in the world and you refuse to add it. Even to the remaster. Like, why wouldn't you just have Genma mode?
Yeah.
Because apparently it also has
I
other
should it's got
stuff
all
in
those
it.
changes. Like it's not
Well,
like
you
they're
remember
just
how
leaving
you
the
had
world out.
to level the orb? Oh, thank you.
Hmm.
You had to level the orb separate from the weapon. It's just one level up in this. So a lot of the stuff still works the way you think it does, but it has new and fancy mechanics. And also there's this page in it that I took a picture of and I said in chat,
Hmm.
I didn't remember Shantae being published by Capcom, but I guess it was at one
I
point.
think the old ones were.
Yeah. But it also has Japanese it's as English and Japanese audio, English and Japanese subtitles, and the language. That's not common for an original Xbox game at all.
Yeah.
Multiple voice tracks was like not a thing back then. But yeah, it is a very different version of Onimusha, and I honestly am now even more disappointed in Capcom.
I'm still mad at them because I want me Game Man. Give me Battle Network.
He
I
wants
will
Rocket
fight
and Batman. Yeah, it's dumb that they didn't give it to us.
every time there's even a small idea of it possibly coming. Like at the show today, I was like, maybe, but what if? I'll have to copium.
Yeah, on the back here it literally says new enhanced Xbox version of Capcom's classic, new attack modes and stronger enemies, more than twice the gameplay of the original. And there's the Green
And there's
Soul
no
mechanic.
version of this that you can play now on the newer ones.
This is the only version. This is the only time it was ever made.
That seems silly.
But I bet you a lot of people just ignored it because it's on Emution. Like, oh, I already played it.
Hmm.
But it is one of the cooler things. And this is going to be one of the things I'm going to be going forward. Capcom, respect your legacy IPs. And if you do, when you do classic Resident Evil, I want the versions that had randomizer modes in them. Resident
Yeah.
Evil 2 Platinum Edition on PC had a randomizer mode, had an extreme mode that was like a prototype for mercenaries, had all this other stuff that was really cool that's never seen the light of day since.
Yeah. Meanwhile, all that fun content is going to be sold to you as DLC after release.
Realistically speaking, do you guys think we'll get licensed Activision? I'm assuming Activision Blizzard games backwards compatible.
Yeah, they
If
already
the
said
license,
that's the kind of stuff that's coming.
if the licensor, no, he's talking about like uh, Transformers or something with a movie IP attached to it. If they can make an agreement with the movie studios or whoever the IP, the licensor is, I think 100%.
Yeah.
It's with a lot of this stuff, it comes down to who owns the rights, who wants to, if they want to do anything with it. You can't force these guys to do anything that they don't want to do. But
Yeah, and that's all I meant is that if they are able to get the rights, that's nothing else is standing
I
in their
feel
way.
like from the comments from Hasbro, those like the Transformers games are probably gonna come back compat or get
Yeah,
some new version. Completely possible. If they're willing to put money in for a port, we might get a port. I don't know for sure, but I would say that is plausible. Are there other games that are probably held back? God, there's so many. Uh, let's look it up quick. Activision, because they published a lot of games in
they did almost everything back then.
60
For movie
games.
license
Let's
stuff,
look.
I mean.
ちょっと待ってください。
I'd love to see the Spider-Man games come back. And I know a lot
I
of
don't
people are
I
dumb
don't
and
know
they're
about
like,
those. I don't know.
yeah,
I
people are
think
like,
it's
Sony owns Spider-Man. It's like, no, that's not how that works.
I think it's plausible. Oh man, I forgot about Gun.
Ah, yes. Gun and
I
wet.
just want a list of games from those. That'd be nice. Thank you.
Classic games
Gun,
with
Call
one
of
extra
Duty,
word.
Tony Hawk's, Quake 4. I think Quake 4, if they can get it
Spyro,
to
Crash.
run. Yeah, Spider-Man 3, Shrek 4. If the Shrek games are worth bringing back, maybe. I don't. Okay, I don't want to say that.
Of course they
When
are.
I
It's
s-
Shrek.
okay, when I say if it's worth bringing back, I mean,
You mean like the cost and stuff is worth it, right?
well, if it's a game that runs back to compat, no problem, but they can just relicense with DreamWorks, and DreamWorks will be happy with whatever they get,
Yeah,
possibly.
free money.
Some of these games are of dubious quality, and
Yeah. Yeah,
they
it'd be
might not want to
more
bring
than
them
it's
back.
worth.
Am I saying that that's 100% right? No. Personally, I would like it if all the games could be playable.
Yeah.
But realistically speaking, I don't know. Now, case the Spider-Man games are an interesting case because they're the movie ones, right? Of the time. Yeah, they're based off the movies.
Yeah.
You have to get Sony Pictures to be okay with that, and the movie ones might be a little more rough. X again, yeah, the movie ones maybe not. Look, if I'm being honest, we want Ultimate Alliance back if we can get it. Shrek
Those would be good.
Forever, Doom they published, Pimp My Ride, that's never coming
Still
back.
weird that only Switch got the recent one.
Spider-Man Friend or Foe, possibly, because it's just attached to it's
I
attached to
believe
just
Friend or
the
Foe is the
IP.
Ultimate
If it's not
Universe.
attached to a movie, I think it's more plausible.
Yeah, like Web of
Shrek and
Shadows,
Roll. Oh my god.
Spider-Man Dimensions.
Oh my god, it's amazing.
Shrek and Roll's a classic.
Web of Shadows, Ultimate Alliance 2, possibly. Again, possibly, I don't know. Wolverine Origins, probably not. I hope Singularity can. Monsters vs. Aliens.
Yeah.
Man, they did all these licensed games. Is this
hmm
Battleship based off the movie? Or.
I don't think so.
Yep, it's based off the movie.
Is it?
Yep, it says
I
right
don't
here.
remember.
Upcoming Universal Pictures film.
I didn't remember one based on the
Call
movie
of
though,
Duty 1
game-wise.
Classic. If it works, I suspect every single Call of Duty game that they can
Yeah,
get to
I mean,
run will come.
they fixed the servers up for that exact reason, and
Yeah.
they got flooded with players.
Yeah. Oh man, like I told you guys when it happened that I went to I'd literally been in the local game store that week and people were picking up games and consoles left or right to go
Yeah,
back and play with their buds.
I
So,
think Xbox is in a great position right now
mhm.
between ABK, between getting better Asian support, both with Japan,
I
Korea.
I honestly feel like ABK means a lot more for getting support from Asia than people
Hmm.
realize. Like these
Yeah.
games are popular there. Oh, true crimes.
Plus, with the way things have been going for Sony, they're actually losing some Asian support, which is better for Xbox, not in a mean way to Sony, but they don't have that same chokehold on the industry over there anymore. They've really westernized.
I'm gonna be honest with everyone. I kind of hope Skylanders comes back.
I mean, I miss Skylanders. I was selling them and Disney Infinity during the big craze. So, like, I was picking up amiibos, but everyone else around me was getting those. And I wanted to get into them. They were cool. And then it all went downhill.
A lot of COD, Destiny. Yeah, Destiny's basically dead in the water.
Prototype.
Prototypes here. Angry Birds. The Quantum of Solace. Maybe. I mean, yeah, with the old licensed movies,
Didn't
like
they do Wanted?
possibly. I think so.
That one
I
was
don't.
pretty fun.
I don't know if this is everything. Devastation is still on. Yeah, it was the Xbox One also. I think you still play that one. That one's good. That one's really good. But yeah, I hope the rest of them come back. I don't see a reason why Hasbro would not want them to come back. The same with um I didn't know Beanox made both the Amazing Spider-Man games, but those are based on movies, are they not?
Yeah, those are based on the Sony ones.
Yeah. So I Transformers I think is a solid possible. Whether or
Yeah.
not we get the 360 versions back or we get new versions back, again, I think it's a thing of if we're being honest. I feel like
I feel like if they could find value in it, they would.
well,
But it'll be hard to.
Hasbro's got all the reason in the world to want to have their games everywhere for their IP. Like it doesn't
But I
make
mean more
sense.
so if Microsoft wants to pay, like if they see that there's value in paying to get the license back, kind of thing.
It depends on how much they're selling for, but I
Yeah.
honestly feel like Transformers as an IP in games has not been utilized the best.
No, it gets a rough game every couple of years now.
Devastation was really good though. That's the one
Yeah.
Platinum made and
Yeah,
has
and
the
then
original
no one can
voice
get it
cast
anymore.
from like the 80s cartoon. I absolutely love that game. So fun.
I believe a new Transformers game is either coming out or just came out. We looked at it on here actually.
They had a Transformers game?
It was like starring Bumblebee only.
Uh
Yeah, I think we looked at it last time or recently.
Transformers Devastation Earthspark. What do you know what it's called?
Um, Let me double check.
It's loading.
Here it is. That's right. It had this guy on the front we made fun of. Earthspark Expedition.
Earthspark
Remember the
Expedition. Here we
the white guy
go.
on the front? And
Oh
we're
yes,
like,
this guy. Yeah, this
yeah,
game
oh, it
looks
came out a week ago or so. Yeah.
awful.
And I feel like this is what happens, where it's like they'll finally, after a year, a couple years, be like, "We'll do a new Transformers game. It can't be as bad as the last one." And then it's just as bad, if not worse. And they're like, "All right, we're done." And then a few years later, they're like, "But well, maybe more Transformers games." Although it's getting some decent reviews in some places. Someone's like, "Must play for Transformers fans. Nice open world. Feels like a PS2 one." Uh, but then you got someone saying like, "Oh, it's a book simulator."
Like, I
So I'm
get that some
unsure.
of this is probably based on the new cartoon series or whatever,
Yeah,
and I
it's got a
honestly
very
think it'd
distinct
be
art style.
much more interesting if we could have games that are based on the comic books, which are a little more mature.
Yeah, I feel the same way about TMNT, which is why I love the recent game we got because it didn't feel like a watered down Nickelodeon show version of them.
Okay,
Granted, we've never seen the dark stuff.
now that we've kind of gone off the rails here, we can talk about is the one. No.
We can talk
Let's
about
talk
now.
about the Xbox Partner Showcase that happened just before we went live and we watched with bros. Um,
Yeah,
so it started with Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, and
I
it's
think you mean like an Animal
ridiculous.
Crossing.
The ridiculous Animal Crossing mode.
Very cool. I'm a
I,
fan of that.
it's so funny. Absolutely, I love it. It's like on the nose, and I'm like, I love it.
Yeah, it knows exactly what it's doing.
No, it does exactly what it's doing. And it's unapologetically Like a Dragon or Yakuza. So I was already in.
Oh my
I love
God.
Ichiban so much. So
Speaking of that, though, I believe we just got Ishin on Game Pass,
hmm
and wouldn't you know it, there's a free add-on you can get that gives you a bunch of legendary trooper stuff, and one of them is Nianers, the
yep.
VTuber.
hmm
So you can tell they're doing a lot more. I don't want to say Western stuff, but it doesn't feel like a different world that we're being invited into now in terms of Yakuza. It feels like it's definitely more renowned and getting popularity everywhere. And
Yeah.
I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that they're on all platforms now.
Yeah,
It's just a
there's
more
the all
welcoming
platforms
franchise.
has definitely helped stuff. The Nanner stuff is just a silly add-on. There's also other North American creators. There was Japanese creators
Yeah,
too in Japan. So it just depends what region you're in.
for sure.
They just want to support the content creators that are making content about their games.
Yeah,
And you know what?
I just think
Nanners is
it's
a big
great.
fan, so again,
Makes sense.
I'm not trying to be like, oh, Nanners isn't worth it. It's like they're kind of just reskins of abilities you can get for other characters with like some little bit of flair.
Oh yeah.
Uh, it is it okay? Keep looking at it.
Everything good?
No, I'm printing something. It should be done soon. I'll show it up.
Ah,
It's something really simple I designed before we started. Then they had Ikaro Will Not Die. I don't know how to feel about
yes.
that game. It's from the creators of Power Wash Simulator.
It looked interesting. I don't fully know what it is though.
I don't know if it's like an endless runner or something,
Well, it
but
looked like there was combat. Um,
yeah,
there was a flaming uppercut and they were dodging some stuff, but it looked almost like a top-down kind of thing at that point.
it's
But
really
I'm
hard to
unsure.
say if they're showing it off because it's like, is this a social
Yeah,
simulator thing? Is it something else?
it wasn't completely like a game trailer. It was more like a teaser with a little bit of gameplay possibly mixed in.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think a lot of that was in-game graphics. It doesn't look that outlandish.
Yeah,
Indie games tend to be, or smaller games tend to be much more truthful with how the game actually looks at all times. I feel so.
yeah, because it's easy to use that footage
Still
and to
Lakes
create
the
new stuff.
Deep. Did you see all those
That
yellow
looks.
things?
Yeah, get it together, game devs. Yeah,
No,
it
actually, it
looked
made sense to
interesting.
have the yellow things the way they were, like the pipes and the
Yeah,
crawl spaces and that. Um, It's a spooky, spooky game.
Extra spooky.
I don't know exactly what's going on with it. Kiki, what are you doing? Sorry, my cat was talking to me. I'm just going upstairs. But yeah, Still Wakes the Deep looks interesting to say the least. Is it gonna be real good? I don't know, but it looks interesting. Maybe I'll check it out. Then there's RoboCop Rogue City, which we've
Yeah,
seen
we've seen a
a
bit of
few.
this.
We've seen this a few times. I don't think it's. It looks a wee bit rough, but that's kind of the budget these guys get. They don't get the budget to be like super high fidelity. It looks good enough.
Yeah, it looks like it could be some fun too. It depends on how it'll
Well,
play
it clearly takes
because
place
it
before the
looks
third movie.
is it's a bit janky, but it still feels like there could be some charm to it.
Also, Ed 209 got some buffs. That guy was huge.
Yeah, it seemed like a huge boss fight.
Yeah, they should have had 209, which is like one of the only things that could really stop RoboCop.
Yeah, and for people who feel like it's familiar, but then it's basically the little walking tank.
These are the two. Yeah, it.
You got them stubby legs.
Well, he's really tall this time. So I don't know.
Yeah,
It's probably the best RoboCop game we've seen in a very long time.
yeah. All things considered, no matter how great or mediocre it is, it's definitely up there with the top RoboCop games, especially production value.
Yeah. Dungeons of Hindenburg. We saw a little bit of the social aspect of it, where you like talk to people and maybe they'll tell you something that will help you progress with your dungeon exploring in the Hindenburg.
Yeah, and give you buffs. It's interesting because teasingly, because she looks a bit like Lois Griffin with the hair and the shirt, I was always like, oh, it's the Lois Griffin game. But her name is Louise. So like I'm gonna end up calling her Lois going forward. Can't help
Wow.
it. Mm. Yeah, you said it reminded you a bit of Moonlight.
It makes me think of Moonlighter. Like I don't know. How do I say this? Um, the concept of there's a city, you have to do stuff in the city, and then the dungeon aspect is a separate part of the game.
Hmm.
Like there's two
Yeah,
distinctive parts
I can
of the
see that.
game. So I think it's a very interesting concept for a game. That one is coming to Game Pass.
Yeah, I believe it's early 2024.
Yeah, I think trying to remember. So not all of these are Game Pass titles that we're gonna go through here. Um,
Yeah.
I think most of them aren't actually.
Uh, I think
Manor Lords was,
Freezer.
but it's PC only.
Yeah.
Dungeons of
Ark
Hindenburg
Survival was.
was. Yeah, Ark was
Yeah,
in
that
us
was PC.
before. Yeah, I think the majority of them aren't.
Wasn't Like a Dragon?
No. Like a
Oh,
Dragon
I'm thinking
Infinite
of the
Wealth
other one.
isn't. Yeah, the man who erased his name is the one that's.
Yeah, that and Ishin.
Yes.
Ishin. Was Ikaru Will Not Die? I don't remember.
I didn't get much of it. It could, but as far as I know, at the moment, no. But really, we don't know
Okay.
much about that game. Uh,
Yeah.
Spirit of the North 2. I didn't even
So
know there was a Spirit of the North 1.
I was just gonna say I felt guilty because at the end of the trailer it was like Fear the North. I was like, oh. Then a two came out. I was like, oh. I just, oh man, I don't remember the first one. But I told myself like, I mean, you don't get sequels if you're a terrible game. When you're an indie dev, at least, you wouldn't get the budget back. So I hope it did well. The art style is cute, and it was the second game to open up with everything on fire. So
Everything on fire.
there's definitely a theme today. Then we've got,
Enhanced edition. Yep, it exists.
oh, what year was it?
2021.
Damn, 2 years, and
Honestly,
I
the second
just,
game looks a little better.
I would hope so. I mean, I don't know. I
I
feel bad.
stick.
I don't mean this in a mean way. I don't know what the game is. You're a wolf. That's all I know. I mean a fox.
It's a third-person
Jesus, my
adventure
brain.
game inspired by the breathtaking landscapes of Iceland, and it takes place in various pieces of Nordic folklore.
So the first one's a fox with a spirit fox, and the second one seems to be a fox.
With a owl, with a bird. I think it's. Oops, wrong one. We'll talk about that later. I got lots of tabs open. Uh, yeah, you have a bird this time. I mean, it's got the second game seems to have a much more interesting art style. I want to say.
Mhm.
So I'm kind of excited to check that one out. We saw some in-game play shots of Metal Gear Solid 3 or
Yeah,
Delta.
some
Is it
Snake
Delta? Is
Eater.
how you say that? Snake Eater.
Yeah, they're doing. They're calling it Delta for the collection.
Um, yeah, it looks shiny, new, but I recognize that one cave very quickly. If you didn't recognize the cave, I probably haven't played Snake Eater a lot.
Snake Eater. Bow, 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 bow.
Great song. Uh,
It is.
I mean, it looks really
I'm
good,
hoping all the
but what
music
really
is.
matters to me is does it perform as well as the original? Because the original's always been 60 FPS. Always.
I have to assume at this point it is. I mean, a remake on like the 360 Xbox era, I could see them being like, no. With the platforms we have now, there's no reason it should not be at least 60 FPS.
Yeah,
It's not like they're making this insanely crazy graphical update and really wearing down the platforms.
I mean,
It's
it is an
basically a touch by touch.
insanely graphical update if you really compare it to the original.
Oh yeah, if
Yeah,
it's like PS1 versus now, but what I mean, you
I
know
mean
what
it's
I mean.
PS2
Like,
versus now.
yeah,
It's still a long way.
I just mean I feel like in terms of power, it hasn't become graphic enhanced enough that it should push the limits of these platforms.
We'll see. Unreal 5 has been kind of a pig in the games we've seen it in, so
Yeah,
especially when you put high-end visuals. Okay, the next game was the finals.
this actually looked pretty cool. I
I
was,
wasn't sold at
I
first. We thought it was I think it was what the hell is that game
the
called?
heist one.
No, it was like something. It's sort of the PlayStation Showcase. I knew exactly what you were talking about,
Yeah,
and I was like,
the heist one, like
Fair Games
fair games.
with the
Yes, with
cash
the
sign
money
S.
sign.
I knew it had an
Yeah,
S in it because I had the cash sign.
yeah. That the fair games one looked rough. This one actually looked kind of fun, and I'm not saying that
Well, what was
because of
cool about
the
this one is you could
brand.
destroy the environments, but
Yeah,
some of the shooting, like, it seems very twitchy, very quick, and like I'm not that fast as I used to be, kids.
yeah. On the bright side, the beta starts tomorrow. So
Yeah, I
say
like the
next
fact that you
week
can just
how it
take the
was.
floor out from under people and like light them up, like set traps.
I like that people melted into money
Yeah,
on death.
when they die, they become like a bunch of coins. So I think that's why you thought it was fair games, but
Yeah, it seemed like at first, at least, very similar aesthetic too, where it seemed like
yeah, but
money
then
themed and
at the first blush, yes, and then after they like showed the characters closer, like no,
yeah,
it's
the
a
art style was
Nexon game,
different, the
so it's
vibe.
another Korean game, and it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, and they've been hitting it out of the park recently with Nexon stuff. I mean, obviously Maple Story is still going and all that, and some of their other side games. But I mean, like First Descendants and this both look like they're doing
First
pretty good,
Descendants
and
looks good, but I just don't like the gameplay loop that much, so it
I
is what
enjoyed
it
it.
is.
They also got the Kart Riders game on Xbox, and that's been doing well too.
That's kind of fun. I just wish it had local multiplayer.
Yeah, it's only got the onlines.
Yeah.
Although I do appreciate that it was crossplay day one.
Yeah, thanks. Nexon for being a bro.
Very cute. Very cute.
Anyone who does crossplay day one deserves props. Always.
Yeah. And anyone who shuts down crossplay for everyone deserves
Deserves to be shunned for
attention
it.
slap. Yes.
Um, oh my god, some of these guys in the comments
What?
here. I'm just gonna ignore them. Manor Lords. This is not my kind of game. This is a PC Game Pass game, also specifically.
Yes. It looked kind of like part Age of Empires, part um like village upkeep. It didn't fully look like the village part was for combat. It just looked like a farming sim a bit. So I'm not 100% sure what they're going for here. It gave me Mountain Blade Bannerlords kind of vibes, except from a Eagle Eye AARPG perspective.
Yeah. And so Manor
They had
Lords.
more
It's
art.
Manor
Yeah.
Lords. Not something I'm actually probably gonna play. Then they had Ark Survival Ascended.
And they made a mistake because they didn't show Vin Diesel at
No Vin Diesel.
unsubscribed.
Unsubscribed.
It did look
I
better than the last one though.
Yeah, it looks better than the last trailer we saw. We actually saw gameplay this time, so it's not
Yeah.
vaporware anymore. Because
Exactly.
let's be real. Every time we've seen Ark Survival Ascended or Ark 2, whatever they want to call it,
Yeah.
I bet you it's not called Ark 2 anymore because they don't have the right to use Vin Diesel anymore or something like that. Every time we see it, it's always been like CG trailers, CG trailers, CG trailers, and I'm kind of like, when are you gonna show gameplay?
Or at least in-engine stuff.
Yeah,
If you're scared to show the gameplay, at least show some of
yeah.
the.
Um, so it looks
Lots of different creature
interesting.
types this time too.
Yeah, it honestly reminds me of this old ass cartoon I used to be on TV when I was a kid called Land of the Lost.
Yeah, you were saying that. It's
Yeah,
interesting.
it's basically your usual like scientist people get stuck in a place via
Mhm.
time travel or whatever. I don't remember. It's a kids show. It doesn't matter. And
No, it
they're
sounds awesome.
no, and they're just stuck in the land of the lost, where there's like all these dinosaurs and stuff. So they ride like dinosaurs and woolly mammoths and stuff around. And
That's cute. I like that.
I mean,
Make
you
a
saw
deal with
shows
it.
like that back then, but
Yeah.
not really as much anymore. I mean, if we're gonna have an old cartoon game come back, I think Centurions would be a great one.
Ooh.
I don't know if you know what Centurions. They're basically like these dudes that had these suits on, and they could just like get robot bits would attach to the suits and become like a mecha suit, but it can have different parts. So they
Huh.
transform into a suit and be like, it's a car, or it could be like, it's something with a lot of exo strength. And I think that would actually make a really good game if you could just have like parts that you could attach and be like the like kid like superhero or whatever.
I mean, that sounds pretty cool. And there's a few ways you could do that. And not that I'm for this, but you could make it a, you know, live service style game for all
No,
those
no live
assholes that
service
think
games.
that's
Get
what
out
you
of here
need.
with that shit.
Look, I said I didn't want it, but I'm saying since I could see it technically, maybe that would give it some validity to come back in this terrible environment we've created.
I mean, who here, like, who even knows? Anyone know the Centurions? Anyone?
I thought you were
Anyone?
talking about like the Roman soldier centurions for a minute. That's why I was like, oh, I didn't realize it was a show about robots. It's cool.
It's from 1986. I watched reruns of it. No, show me pictures. Show us pictures of Centurions. I need the show because he's the watch Cartoon Network. Yeah, so they had like these like little dot thingies in their suits. and the suits would like hook up to robot stuff. So they have like flying jetpacks, so they have helmets and
Oh,
guns and things and that.
I like
And you
that
can
they're
just
just
put the
little holes
attachments
for all
on.
their weight.
Yeah, like it was like modular. Someone decides like you put the laser cannon on the gun, or you're flying.
Awesome.
You need some way to steer. So you put these things on your wrists, and it's like it it seems really dumb, and like maybe it's not like the best cartoon that's ever existed, but I feel like this idea of like a modular suit you could just swip out parts with would
Yeah.
be
Although
fun.
if you make a modern one, you'd have to do something like cool instead of like low part, be like a liquid metal thing and part of the suit. Like, oh, you got your machine gun hand module and melts into your hand and you get it. Or like, oh, you got your blade arm and just sword arm.
I put a
It,
cannon
it,
in
it
my
would make more sense
chest.
if it, yeah, if it was
Like
like
it's
a living
whatever. It
material or a liquid one.
You could do all sorts of cool things with it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's got an Iron Man laser chest.
I vaguely remember one of them being. I think of a different show. See, so all these like old cartoons like go together, but some of them are slightly more memorable
Yeah.
because of like characters. Yes, it's like a jetpack thingy, and you could fly, and it's like they did the pose, and the thing came on. It's like, yeah, but I think you could do it. This would make a good concept for a game, everyone.
Yeah.
Free ideas here. Mecha suits.
Activision, get on that. License this.
I mean, is anyone actually gonna? Is DC
They should
comic from back
Halo
in the
armor
day?
there. You said it was DC?
Kind of. It was DC comic back in the day. Yep.
Uh, God, maybe that's where I've heard the name before.
Centurion.
Detective
See, he's got
Comics,
like he's
boys.
got like
Looking at-
boots. He's got thingies on his feet, like boosters and wings in the back. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, Wario 64. And then the last game was Alan Wake 2, and
Yes.
I gotta be
That they showed
honest
off
to you.
some really cool combat.
Well, there's some really cool visual effects that I'd expect from Remedy. There was like a ghost spirit thing. I don't know what do you even call
It,
them.
it looked like a woman who had drowned in water.
She's in
You,
water, but like her
yeah,
reflection is also there underneath her.
yeah.
But she could
She looks like she's
disappear
floating a bit.
into the water, and you just see the water line like moving around, and it's
Yeah,
super interesting. But I'm hoping that they don't take as many bullets and flares as they put into them.
yeah. I think they were just trying to showcase some of the combat there because if
I
it
would
died
hope they're
too
not that
quick,
bully spent. I don't want them to die
yeah.
quick, but I hope that's like a
No, I
mini
know what you
boss and
mean.
not
It's
like
a
what a
survival
regular
horror.
enemy would. A regular
Yeah,
enemy should just be a couple
with
hits.
survival horror, you're not going to be given the supplies and ammo to be doing that with every enemy
Yeah.
unless you're fighting one enemy per area.
Hmm.
But I'm excited now for some of the enemy designs because don't get me wrong, I love the franchise, but the first one was mostly dudes or bigger dudes.
Well,
There was
there's an
nothing.
issue with there's a couple issues with the first one and why it is the way it is.
Mhm.
Um, there was limited time, I believe, for it, and the second
Mhm.
part was, um, it didn't have the biggest budget, so really making like a ton of different enemies was not really in the cards.
Yeah, which is crazy because it had kind of a small budget, and then Remedy just kept getting bigger and bigger budgets because their games kept doing crazier and crazier. Like the very next game they did, besides the little one in between, American Nightmare, Xbox was like, "We're gonna give you all the money, and you're gonna make Quantum Break."
Quantum
And even
Break
though it wasn't,
is Quantum Break is a crazy concept for a game, and
yeah,
honestly, I feel like the final form of what Sony's trying to do with all their games being like cinematic movie masterpieces. Remedy's been doing that
yeah,
forever. Like that's basically
yeah,
been their jam from Max Payne on.
yeah, like the half lax, the lax Ivan, the live action stuff
The
mixed in
kind
with
of game
gameplay.
that feels like a playable movie.
Yeah, and
I
I
would
gotta say, I like it better than the Sony approach because while it feels like a playable movie, there's gameplay there. It doesn't feel like I'm just walking from cutscene to cutscene. Like the gameplay is there with the live action stuff sometimes happening on screen in a different way. Like Dr. Darling being on the TV in the game
or the
while you're
projector,
playing.
and then
Yeah,
or
or
walking into a
projector.
room and there's a TV with puppets on it,
Yeah, oh my
and you
God, the
just
puppet stuff was great. I love that you could find an entire
I
puppet stuff.
I love them. They were so crazy.
They're
We're talking about
geniuses at
Control,
the end
by
of
the
the day.
way. If you ever played
Yeah,
Control, Control's
the
like a
gameplay
great,
is fantastic.
yeah, Control's like a great Metroidvania game. It's probably the biggest budget Metroidvania game that's ever existed. If I'm being
Yeah,
100% honest,
it's
it's
crazy too because the game itself is obviously great with its own, story and the graphics, but it's the fact that the side content and the lore between animated stuff, live action, stop motion, and puppets, like they put so much care and love into that stuff, and it shows, and it makes the end product so much better. I mean, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but I'm just gonna say the ashtray maze near
mm-hmm,
the end control,
mm-hmm,
that was
mm-hmm.
phenomenal between the music, the set pieces, the gameplay not being interrupted like during the combat, and it was showcasing all of that all in one final climax. That was fantastic, and I'm
There's
sure
so
people
many
have heard of that
sections of that
because
game
it's
where
huge.
it's like a perfect melding of gameplay
Mhm.
and storytelling in a way that I
Yeah,
don't think any other developer out there does.
Quantum Break was also great for that kind of stuff,
It was
like
great,
the
but it also
music.
had like the episodes in between that you just watched.
I
And
honestly love those personally,
I,
especially because you could do stuff in the game that would change.
yeah,
It wasn't huge things.
you could change
Yeah,
things, yeah. I don't,
it wasn't crazy huge, but it for having choices in general that would affect the live action, it just felt really cool.
I agree it was cool. Was it needed? I don't know. But I think that it's equal parts its strength, but equal parts its weakness for some people because like it's literally you sit down and watch a show in between chapters.
Yeah. Now, on the bright side, the show is always showing you enemies while you're playing, and then they catch up to right where you were, and then it gets back to the gameplay. So on the bright side, you don't have to watch them. You can skip them. You can get right back to gameplay, and you're technically not missing anything from your character's point of view. But if you did want to take in more of the world, it shows you what the enemy side was doing and filling in the gaps there. So I appreciated it because it wasn't required, but it definitely added. And it was one of the last things Lance Riddick was really a part of in the gaming sphere in terms of acting. He voice acted quite a bit still, but that was one
Yeah,
of
there
his
was a
last
lot of him in
big.
that game. Oh,
Yeah,
he
and
was
he was so
killer.
good in that game. I'm so sad that he won't be in a sequel if it ever comes because I loved that dude. He was so talented. He had such a great commanding stage presence, especially because he was funny, but he
100%.
also had that crazy serious look to him.
He always had like a demanding presence. Kind of like
Yeah,
Keith David.
yeah, they're both very. I think Keith David actually took over
He did. Keith David
Zavala.
was who they got to take over for
They're
in Destiny
they're
2, and honestly
fantastic.
it's again, it's like Keith David's voice is so iconic.
Hmm.
And that's the thing. I don't want to be like, "Oh, it's just his voice." Like Lance Riddick I'd seen in a lot more things like as an actor. Keith
Yeah,
David not as much. He was in a lot more animated stuff.
yeah.
I absolutely love him as
That's
Spawn. So,
Yeah, that's the thing about their voices, though. Both of them were known for doing very serious, like no shit characters, and then on the complete opposite spectrum, also doing the very funny, like jokey but haha in your face kind of character.
he's
So
Keith David
he was
plays
really
the cat in No More Heroes 3.
does he? That's
Yes,
amazing.
this is the cat. He started talking like that's Keith. I can recognize Keith David's voice whenever he starts talking, and I'm just like,
Yeah,
yes.
he's got that sultry tone.
We absolutely love
I
Keith
mean,
David. He is a treasure, and I
he
love
was
him
in
in more
Saints
things.
Row. as Keith David.
Almost Keith Davidson himself.
It was so great. He fitted
Oh.
perfectly.
I kind of wish they'd make a new Spawn game and have Keith David be Spawn.
I'm kind of hoping that with the popularity that Spawn's been getting with,
With the Call of Duty stuff?
maybe he starts
Yeah.
popping in a little bit and stuff. Maybe not his own game yet, but maybe a couple more, guest appearances, get that hype
I
up so
mean, there
people
were
remember who he is.
there were good Spawn games back in the day. There were some bad
Yeah,
ones, but there were good ones, and honestly, I'd be down for more Spawn stuff. I really like
same.
honestly,
He was great
I
in Soul Calibur.
it wasn't Keith David in
He,
the Spawn movie, was it? I don't
I
think
don't
it
think
was. No, I
so.
don't think it was.
Yeah,
Who
it's been a
was the
while though.
actor? I know he was. It was Michael J. White. That's right.
Mhm.
Yeah. No, it was not Keith David, but Keith David was in the animated. And honestly, no disrespect, Michael J. White. I like Keith David better. But Keith David also got a lot
Understand.
more adult lines though. Like some of the best Keith David lines come from the Spawn cartoon. Like arguably some of the best ones. That's because you're my bitch. It's one of my favorites. It's just like the way that Keith David can deliver those one-liners is just same with Lance Reddick. Lance Reddick's so good, and we've gotten so off topic of Alan Wake 2, but
I can't help
I
it.
can't help it. We like Keith David and Lance Reddick, okay? Okay, guys,
Yeah,
we appreciate
and
good.
Remedy game. We like it all. It all connects. It's full circle.
Yeah, Quantum Break was a very interesting,
Yeah,
very.
I hope it didn't scare them away from that kind of idea because it could definitely be refined, but I still think it was a really cool idea of mixing the two types of media. And they do that in all stuff, maybe not that heavy, but they always have the live action stuff. And uh, it's such a
I
cool
like.
idea.
I love the live action stuff in the original Alan Wake because it was
Yeah.
just there and it didn't feel out of place
No
ever.
explanation. Yeah, they weren't known for it yet. It was just there, and it was like, oh,
Well,
okay,
didn't
this
they
is a
do
bit
something like
unfair.
that in Max Payne too? I haven't actually played through Max Payne in so long. I have it,
I
but
think they
it's so
did, but
hard to play
it
now.
was like one thing. Like it was only one spot, and I think it was an Easter egg,
Yeah,
if I'm remembering correctly.
I just mean like, um, it's one of those things where all these companies are trying to make characters look as realistic and realis- realistic as possible, and then Remy's just like, why don't we just use actors?
Yeah, why don't we
And
just
then
use real people and make
honestly,
it real?
I I love a lot of the scenes in Control where it's like real people and they're just kind
Yeah.
of like superimposed. Like there's the part where you pick up the surface weapon and Darling's
Yes.
talking to you, and it's all like weird and like because you can't get the smoke effects that you can from a real life in games. It's
Yeah.
like it's incredibly hard to get that nuance with like the cigar smoke.
Because it's like a pure sharpness that doesn't
Yeah, it
translate
it does
well.
it doesn't translate at all. Like they're very close, but those scenes would not nearly be as good. And it's like you see like
Yeah.
the brother characters like staring at the camera. And the thing is, the cuts are so interesting and the graphics in the game are so close that with enough filtering and subsurface scattering, you could be mistaken to think that those character models, those people were character models in the game.
Yeah.
I don't think Darling
You're
had an
so
in-game
close.
model though, if I'm being
Did he
honest.
not?
I don't think he did. We never talked to him.
I guess that's
You only
true.
ever see him in the projectors.
We
His
we
little
don't find
projected
his
bits, because he's such
body.
an egotist.
Yeah.
Honestly, that I the whole cast of Control was great, and I know a lot of people are like I didn't like Control because The advertising sells it as some sort of action game, but it's like it's a Metroidvania. It really is a
Yeah, there was a lot of
Metroidvania.
backtracking,
Well,
but
you
I
get
enjoyed it.
powers to unlock things, and
Yeah,
highest budget
I don't know.
Metroidvania
It
ever made.
was so unique because the combat I wouldn't be able to describe as like a different game. It was so its own thing between like yeah, you could use your mind to throw shit, but like
I
you
used
could
that
also get all these
what was it called again? The one that's basically you only get two shots out of the rifle, the service weapon. The lore behind
which
the
one? The
surface weapon.
shotgun?
No,
Oh yeah, the service weapon was cool.
there was the one that was the lore behind the surface weapon. It's sick. I think it's called like Pierce or something. It's like I want to describe it as a rocket, but it's not. It's you have to like charge it, and then you can shoot it, and you only get two shots out of it. But it hit like
Yeah.
a truck. You
Yeah,
can like
there's
one
like the
shot dudes with it.
Gladiator one, the sniper one, the shotty, the machine gun, and the pistol.
But if you read like the
I
lore
believe.
about the like all the stuff they have on the service weapon, and you're like, this is what's great about the Remedy games is there's so much you can read in them
Yeah,
that like
which some
builds
people
the
don't like,
lore.
but I love it.
Well, I mean,
Like,
you're reading through the thing about the service weapon in particular, and then it's like, is this Excalibur? And it's like it goes through all stuff.
I
It's like
mean,
could be Excalibur,
yeah, it could be in a different
but
time period version
because it
because it adapted
becomes
to its
it
user.
adapts to its user. Yeah. So was this weapon? We don't know where it came from, but it's that's the thing. It's one of those weapons that is. It's so
Yeah, it
cool.
is what it needs to be.
It's
The board in general was such a cool concept. I love the way they talked too. It was so uncanny,
it's so,
comfortable. It was
and it's
great.
like and the character's like, yeah, I understand. It's like
Yeah, like I feel
Control
like
is
the idea was,
like S tier game.
yeah,
A lot of
I feel
people
like what
don't.
she heard is different than what we
A
heard.
lot of people didn't like it for one reason or another, but it is.
I think they didn't give it the time.
Yeah,
It takes time to grow on you.
yeah, you got to play it. You just got to get in there. I bought it twice, so what can I say? Okay, that was enough for the Xbox Partner Showcase. Alan Wake 2's looking good. I'm still disappointed there is no physical. I'm hoping that'll change. I'm gonna hold off picking it up for now. Not because I'm not excited, but because I just really want a physical, and I'm hoping.
Yeah.
I'll wait for a $10 sale, so it's the same price as PC here. Moving on. Uh, I want to talk about this for a second because I know I was very positive on the removable disk drive or the reattachable disk drive for the PS5 because, you know, this is a good right to repair thing. And then this comes out.
Yeah, nothing like needing online non-DRM device.
All right. Let's be honest here. I understand why this is a thing, but at the same time,
hmm
I don't understand why this needs to be a thing still. Because
What's
one,
hilarious is they made it though specifically to dunk on the haha, always online check-in physical like Xbox did. That was dumb. Here's our version, and it's the same thing.
it's not quite the same thing. It's an anti-piracy measure. It has to be connected to the. You have to pair the new drive on the internet to the PS5.
Yeah,
And
first time install kind of thing.
yes, um, I'm kind of not okay with that. And I'm not okay with that for a couple reasons. Now, I understand there's gonna be people out there that are gonna say stuff like, you don't get it, blah 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 blah. I think the problem is not what people are talking about. It's like it's not the internet connection that I think is the problem. It's the fact that the drive gets paired to it. So,
Yeah,
say, for instance, you're someone like me who, you know, takes stuff apart and fixes stuff. And you buy maybe a lot of these, right? Like a lot of broken, damaged, whatever. You end up with a lot of them just they get dumped on your door because it's your job or your hobby to repair stuff and flip it. Now, if this drive, you pair it to this console, and it can never be used on another console ever, garbage. It's worthless.
Yeah.
Because arguably, disk drives aren't used nearly as much as they used to in consoles, and even in old consoles, they rarely ever went down. Like the disk drive was rarely the first thing to go. It's usually something else like a fan or a capacitor would blow.
When the disk drive would like pop out and then you put the disk in and it would pop back in. I saw those break sometimes because people were awful.
Oh, the tray, the tray, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, the disk tray. People would like shove that shit in, and I was
just
like,
press the button, guys. Don't
exactly.
People are like, yeah, just push it. It's fine. It's like, don't push it. Just press the button.
Let it do the thing. It takes half a second longer, and you're not gonna snap it that way.
Yeah, you literally are forcing the motor backwards in a way it's not supposed. You're turning the motor physically, and then it engages.
And then wonder why it stops working.
Yeah, that's a surefire way to break something with a disc tray.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know there were ones that had like a sensor on the outside, but the PS2 and original Xbox and 360 are not ones like that. Just press the button.
Yeah, then this was the pop open top because
there's like, actually a button on the Xbox dashboard to
open and close the tray.
Open and close the tray. So
yeah, it was nice. That way you didn't have to break anything or push.
Yeah, if your button broke, you could still use the thing, or if that little button that connects to the button on the button.
Yeah,
it's an interface button. It's not actually. It's a standard drive, but it has the same thing. The laser is set up in a certain way, so you can't use it on anything else, or it's paired to the console, so you can't tamper with it.
Yep.
Why not have the DRM on another side? Like, I don't... You know... This is my problem, is I get it's an anti-piracy measure, blah, 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 blah. People gonna break your firmware and pirate anyway. If it's as easy as it was back in like the 360 era where there was the issue with... That's the thing that doesn't make sense, is they pair the disk drive to the console. Like it's gonna fix something. And it didn't fix piracy back then, and that's how it was set up. Because the OG Xbox had piracy issues.
Yeah.
My problem with this is not the internet connection. My problem with this is that you have to pair the device to the thing. I'm totally okay with them being like, all right, you got to sign in and blah, 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 blah. You know, we need to update the firmware in your console to support the disk drive. That makes sense. Because, you know, you're installing a new peripheral. It's not plug and play. You probably have to turn the thing off to install it. Should probably unplug it too. If it's got to grab a driver or whatever, that makes sense. It's not the internet connection that bothers me. It's the pairing the drive that bothers me.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that is a reversible state or if it's you pair it to the drive once. Because let's be honest here. If your PS5 breaks and you have a disk drive add-on for your digital PS5 and you send it in and they're like, don't send the drive, we don't want it, and they send you back a console and you plug in your drive, well, the thing is, maybe your drive's not under the same warranty as your console.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe you're doing an out-of-console repair and they tell you not to send it. Or you send it to a shop and they fix it, and then your drive suddenly doesn't work because they had to swap the motherboard or something, or a chip on the motherboard that was corrupted or corroded and didn't work. And now your disk drive doesn't work anymore. Because it's not paired to the motherboard like it's supposed to because this chip or whatever doesn't work anymore. There's so many factors and so many things about this that just don't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
It's like you took a really good idea, be like user replaceable disk drive. I like that idea. Being able to just pick up an off the shelf part is fine.
Yeah,
Being able to mix and match parts between consoles because, you know, you end up with a second one for whatever reason that's damaged or broken, or, you know, maybe something
yeah,
happened to maybe your console was in a fire and the only thing that still works is the disk drive and the original and your SSD or whatever. I don't understand why we have to have this kind of DRM in
yeah.
2023.
Especially in today, exactly today's technology. There's so many better ways you could do this.
Well, I mean, they want to stop people from copying discs.
But this isn't going to do that.
I mean, if I'm gonna be honest with you for a moment, when people hack the firmware on these things, they don't hack it to make the disk drive work. They hack it so
Yeah,
they can just play the games without the disk in the drive.
exactly.
Um, the PS3, like, you mod it so you don't have to use the disk drive because the disk drive could fail on you. You know, you want to just copy your games to it and be done with it. You want to
Yeah.
just have your whole library on the thing. You know, maybe you download games that are really flippin' expensive to play on it because, surprise, surprise, retro games for Sony and Nintendo platforms tend to be ridiculously expensive. It hasn't
Mm-hmm.
happened to Xbox yet, but I can guarantee you it will.
Yep.
Especially when people start catching a whiff of, we missed out on a whole different version of a game. Fatal Frame 2 on Xbox is still a small fortune
Yeah.
because it is a different version of the game and it is known. So Genma Onimusha, maybe Onimusha isn't the most popular of games that exist, but there's literally another version of the game that you can't play anywhere else. So either emulators got to get better or something else has got to give. So I just I don't see what this is trying to solve.
Yeah, because it's not solving the problem that they think it is, but it is introducing problems that they don't have a solution for.
I know they want to fix the consoles themselves, but at one point and some point in the future, the PS5 will be discontinued and will not be available on store shelves anymore. And whatever comes after it may or may not be backwards compatible.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume that they'd want to keep it backwards compatible with as many games as possible to keep their customers as happy as possible and keep their existing libraries going forward, but that is not a guarantee. That is
Mm-hmm.
never a guarantee because it
Nintendo
definitely
showed
felt
us
like they
that.
were trying to not support old games on the PS5 when they originally announced it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it wasn't, it was just like, this is all this cool stuff it can do.
I mean, their philosophy for the longest time was, we believe in generations. We want to give you a reason to use. I think the reason that they went back on that this generation, as you can see, they didn't have a huge first party lineup. Usually they come out of the gates killing it. So I think because they didn't have as much, and with COVID the way it was, they were like, we need people to play last gen stuff too,
Yep.
because we don't have enough to hold things over. So I don't know. Maybe if they have a stronger start next time, they won't think as much about backwards compatibility. Maybe they're thinking money wise to make you buy their stuff again, like they have been. Makes
Yep.
that people are buying up.
I feel like Microsoft's going forward is going to try and keep as much stuff forward compatible as possible.
Yeah, especially
That
with the
just
Phil outlook.
well, the thing is that even if Phil's not there, there's enough people at Xbox that are like, yeah, our back catalog matters.
Yeah, well, no, that's what I mean. He's always had that. We believe in preservation of games. You should have access to the games that you buy over time. Just lose access to them, and that's huge. Not a lot of people have the money to keep buying the same product over and over. And why would you want to? Once you buy a product, you shouldn't be time limited on it. I'm not saying things last forever, but why? Because the hardware got new. Why?
Yeah, it's.
Because it's silly.
I mean, there's some, like I said, there are some original Xbox games that'll work on the 360. Not all of them,
Yeah.
but some of them will. Genma Onimusha was one of them. I was
Hmm.
kind of surprised. So I just kind of live in this world where I'm not. I wouldn't want to say I'm not blinded by stuff. Just it feels to me like Sony is realized that they're in this position now that they're going to lose um, marketing for Call of Duty. That's going to hurt them. Whether or not you agree with it or not, it's fine. It will hurt them a bit. They're still going to be a dominant player this generation. Going forward, who knows? And so they need to adapt. Because a lot of their players, like, this is the thing. I always had this problem with playing multiplayer games on PlayStation consoles
Hmm.
before. If it wasn't one of the popular games like Call of Duty, there was literally next to no one.
Yeah, the player base was always small.
Yeah, it's always super small. Multiplayer games on PlayStation are, from my experience, historically not well.
Hmm. Even with the games that fans swear are that come best. Oh, everyone buys fighting games on PlayStation. First off, they definitely don't. I don't know why PlayStation guys think that. Their controllers have the highest latency. Even guys on PC, when using fight sticks and stuff, will use Xbox controllers over PlayStation because they have less latency, and that is huge in fighting games. Um, I mean, understand how they were more than Xbox for a generation because PlayStation did some really sketchy stuff to steal most of the fighting games, so the fighting game community didn't have much of a. But whenever there's been an option, PlayStation's usually the last place you go because of that latency. PC being the first and Xbox being the second. It's just, I don't know. That's why I think crossplay is so much more important these days because it's helping keep some of those games that have none of the player because they're playing on whatever platform they want, so the game can thrive longer.
Yep, I literally worry about foam stars.
Yeah,
100%.
I don't see that doing well at
I
all,
know people
just
keep
based
saying
on where
it's
gaming
really,
is.
really, really good. And they played it. It was really fun. But historically, PlayStation players don't really care about it. If it's not
Yeah,
FIFA, it's not COD, it's not Apex, and it's not
it's not
Fortnite,
Madden
they don't give
or
two
Fortnite, yeah.
shits. Oh, Madden too. Whatever. Like, the FIFA
But
bros
all the games
just
you
play
mentioned
FIFA.
are also crossplay. So that way, oh,
They are
technically it's not
now,
FIFA
but I mean, like
anymore.
back in like the
Yeah.
PS3 era, I remember having Grand Theft Auto 4, and I couldn't get a match with anyone. I couldn't get
Oh
into the
no, but what I
online
mean
with
is all the
anyone.
games that they're playing now that are multiplayer are cross-play. So
Yes.
that's why they haven't jumped ship or anything because they don't have to worry about the smaller community because they can play with everyone. But when
Yep.
you have foam stars, that's going to be that problem again. I don't see it surviving because of that. It's it's
Unless
it's
it goes,
also from what it's
unless
been
it,
rumored, not free.
yeah.
So
The
it's going
not
to be
free is also
expensive.
gonna hurt it.
Yeah, because it's such a small community cut out that it's asking for. And then it's asking for everyone in that small community to also buy and play it. I just it doesn't seem like the community's thing. I'm not saying I want it to fail. I'm just saying looking at literally all it's setting itself up for failure. Not even counting the Square failed to meet expectations meter being insanely high. I just I hope for those people's sake it sells what they need to, because a lot of people at that company are going to be in so much bullshit if it doesn't.
Welcome back, Draco. We just talking about PlayStation and how I've historically had issues getting matches on not popular multiplayer games.
Yeah.
Like even like when the PS4 was new, it was easy enough to get on and play Killzone Shadowfall. That had sick online, by
Yeah.
the way. Absolutely sick.
I'm still mad they killed off Killzone. It was one of their
Yeah.
cooler.
Yep. Killzone Shadowfall, like it started out really cool, and then it just became bland and cherry flavored by the end. Uh
Yeah.
the the multiplayer was tight though. It was really good. But the problem was is that it took you like 5-10 minutes to get into a match,
Mhm.
and it never got better because the player base just kind of fell off because no one was playing the game. Then you end up playing stuff like Blacklight Retribution, which was not as fun.
Yeah, I remember that.
So I kind of went off playing shooters on console. But
Yeah, they definitely had a rough patch.
well, I mean, it's just dumb because like I said, the there's games with good multiplayer. Like even in the PS3 era, I couldn't get people to play with in GTA 4 online
And that's
because
crazy to
I'm
me.
like, oh, I want to try this out. I was sitting in like because I had like you could drive around and do whatever while you waited for a match, if I remember correctly. So I like drove around
Hmm.
for like 10-15 minutes. Was like just doing whatever because it's just a sandbox. Just do whatever in it. And it's like 15 minutes, and I'm like, I still don't have a match. What the hell? And this was really close to launch. And this is Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, the game that's still getting bullshit content 10
Well,
years.
four. This is four, not five.
No, I just mean the franchise.
Yeah.
Like, it's still getting content instead of pumping out a new game. These games have always done exceptionally.
Yeah. And I couldn't get a match. So I don't know if that's just
Yeah.
the my area thing. If that's was just it was like it was like time of day. Like it was like 5 p.m. my time. That should be like prime time for games
Yeah. Everyone's
in my
getting out of
area.
work and people have been out of
Yeah,
school.
like you should be able to get a match pretty quick, but historically it just wasn't a thing. Yeah, time to take a sec. And this is the problem with having single console only multiplayer. Like even Halo is on PC now.
Hmm.
Like at least there's two places you can play. Well, three if you include all the cloud people. I don't
Yeah.
think I'd want to play it
Plus, I
on a
think it's on
cloud.
Steam and the Windows Store now.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to play it like that. But I do feel like it's a thing. Let me move over to this one. So we have the nice banner for people to look at. I might have to pull some of these off of here because I think some of them got announced.
Oh.
Uh, there was one that got announced. We got a port, and I'm gonna have to pull it out. I don't remember which one it is now. I need to keep track of this stuff better. Uh, yeah. Disk drive. It's not great. You
Yeah,
had a good
nothing will be
idea,
great.
and you made it worse.
Yeah.
Like, let's be realistic here for a second. How many people pirated 360 games back in the day?
I mean, a decent amount, but it wasn't crazy.
I mean, the console still sold gangbusters. Games still sold. If you wanted
Yeah.
to play online, you needed a legit copy because they banned people who had the
Hmm.
same. Because if you copied the disc, you couldn't fake the disc ID.
Yeah. It had the same
So you'd have
SKU.
like 4 or 5 people with the same disc ID. You just ban them all and let
Hmm.
God sort it out. You know, like if you want to play a game online, all you need to do to make it that you don't need this optional pairing is to offer a better service. And I honestly feel like Microsoft offers the better service with
Yeah.
that way. I do want them to get rid of the pairing of the disk drive to the thing, or have a utility to let you pair a new drive.
Yeah.
If it just has to be a thing to unpair and pair a new thing, even if you have to go online to do it. But I want
Yeah.
confidence in that, you know, I'll be able to move a drive to another console. Like, I'd understand if you're trying to move the drive more than once, but maybe if you're testing a console, you'd want to use a known good drive to see if it's the port's broken. Like
Yeah.
that's a common troubleshooting step. Like if I'm trying to fix a controller, right? And it won't work for whatever reason. I usually take a known good part because these are like two boards and they're held together by a little connector in the middle. So you just
Mhm.
pull the one board off and put it on the other and be like, okay, does this work now? It does. There's something wrong with this board. Now I need to fix that or figure out what the problem is and try and fix it.
Mhm.
But
Interesting.
I mean, it's how you do stuff, right? Like if you trying to fix a computer, right?
Yeah.
And you need to, you know, like it won't turn on. Okay, what's the first thing you try? Well, let's unplug it, put a new cable in.
Hmm.
Okay, it didn't work. Is the power supply on? Yes. Okay, that's not working. Then you
Is
just go.
everything connected to the
Then you
computer?
go. It's like, are all the connectors hooked up inside correctly?
Hmm.
Okay,
Yeah, step
you
by step,
reseat all of them.
see if you can
Yeah, you
isolate
go
it.
one at a time, and then it's like, all right, this drive's not working. Why is this drive not
Mm.
working? Let's try a working drive.
And suddenly it's like, nope, sorry, bro, this is already being used.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. It makes things so much worse. Like, oh yeah, this isn't this console's drive. So you literally make it that people have to, because the thing is, you can bypass it. I literally watched if you watch there's like there's a channel on YouTube called I believe it's Tronics Fix, and
Hmm.
he like repairs consoles, controllers, all sorts of things. Um, and he had a Series X someone had abused, like smashed, beat up, and the disk drive was cracked. And he's like, I can't actually use it. So he opens up the drive and he pulls out the board that's married to the motherboard, pulls
Hmm.
that out and puts it in another drive. Literally, explain to me why that needs to be a step. Like, what does you? If you could just do that, what are you trying to save? All you're doing is causing more e-waste, in my opinion,
Hmm.
or stuff that needs to be recycled, or stuff that needs this. Make it easy. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like that where
oh,
it makes.
you cutting out.
Oh,
Yeah, you cut out.
I was just saying, like, that's the time when it just works, like for all the Xbox stuff with the quick zoom, with the upgrading. It's just you forget how quality of life that becomes to the point where you're like, I don't want to go back. I don't want all the crazy steps into overcomplicated bullshit. I just want to push the button and it works.
Yeah, you just want. That's the thing with console. You just want it to work. So if your disk drive breaks, you just want. If you can just buy the part and snap it in place like this, and it works, that's what you want. The less steps
Yeah.
possible. Is it that they don't want people to resell these things?
I mean, that seems silly, but
Like I need to know more about the pairing, but it's weird.
yeah, it's not looking good now. Hopefully, they reverse some of this.
I'm hoping so. Oof. All right. Was there anything else really cool that happened this week? I know we haven't talked about ABK closing on the podcast, and but have talked around it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
mean, it's hard to say because I feel like we've said so much about it for so long.
Mhm.
At this point, it's just like oh, thank God.
I'm not one for exaggerating, but maybe. Draco, I don't know. It honestly feels like there's a bunch of weird stuff happening there. Like the Sony, I enjoyed and enjoyed their games and played is I think dead. They died when Sean left and they closed down PS Japan Studios. People know them as Japan Studios, and I feel like they've been kind of spitting out the same games. Hogue actually had this great tweet the other day talking about where was it? Hold on, see if I can find it. It was a yes. Yes. Oh, Sora. Okay, we're going through a lot of Precure art. Get ready. Find it. Because Hogue was talking about this. There's an article went out about Spider-Man 2, and Hogue was saying that this is pixel art, by the way. I literally looked at this and I couldn't tell it was pixel art. It was cool. Where did it go? It should have been like here-ish, because you was talking about Spider-Man 2 and that came out last week.
Oh wait, speaking of what you had said earlier, I remember you were eight for. It looks
Um,
like the director, huh?
you cut out there for a second. What was it talking about?
I said earlier you were hoping we'd get a Baldur's Free Day, right? For
Yes.
release. While there hasn't been an announcement about that yet, the director of publishing has said it will be before 2024, as of 9 hours ago.
Here we
So
go. I found the tweet.
nice.
IGN, emotional ties to characters' relationships within the worlds are a core pillar of Sony storytelling, and Marvel Spider-Man 2 is no exception, with Peter Parker's personal journey taking center stage. And Richard Hoke's comment here, I agree with so much. I truly believe it's articles like these that have been resulted in the bloated, ponderous, momentum-free storytelling that practically defines PlayStation nowadays. 100 fucking %. I get so tired of this. Oh, well, it has a great story to tell. Do you know how you tell a really good story? Do you know what games tell S tier stories? I'll tell you, it's not Spider-Man. Here, I'll give you a couple. I'll show you a couple. Here, let's try a couple here. You guys like JRPGs? We'll start with the JRPG. The story was great. Absolutely fantastic. Fun, light-hearted side events, gameplay all over the place. Ichiban is a treasure. Can't wait to play the sequel. Haven't played Spider-Man, but I'm gonna be honest. Doesn't ham-fist the story down your throat. S tier. Now, I know this is a controversial one, but if you actually go through the story part of Cyberpunk, it is great. Even the parts that are flashback, you play. So, I don't understand why storytelling has to be like this. We can't have storytelling happening during gameplay. It must be its own thing. Persona 5,
Yeah.
anyone? Persona 5, anyone? Were there side quests that are just as good as the main, well, side adventures, like people's stories? Like fleshed out characters. It's so interesting because you talked about people, and everyone kind of gravitates to a character that they like the most in a game. With Persona 5, there's so many characters I really like, and I'm very much attached to, and you get a decent amount of backstory on them to get into the deal. And again, well, it is a long game. A lot of that content is optional, and you can choose who you want to talk to, what you want to do. Because I never 10 ranked. God, I forget his name. Yusuke. Not Yusuke. Ryuji.
Look,
Him and
like,
the stupid best friend character kind of gets mixed into my head. He's lucky I didn't call him Monkey.
yikes.
Well, that's the name of the one in Loop 8.
Oh, I know.
Saru. Loop 8. That's what I mean. It's like,
Oh,
I don't understand why it's like, oh, Spider-Man's got such a great story. It's still the king of storytelling from games. What are you talking about?
people who say that aren't fans of video games, Sony's dick. It's
S
someone else's dick,
tier.
actually.
Fucking S tier. Right
You
here.
should look at the
Tales
most
of
recent Blizzard
Arise.
Entertainment tweet.
Tales of Arise, baby. S tier. S tier storytelling. I don't even need to play Spider-Man to say it's probably better.
I mean, I've played the first one, and while I enjoyed the gameplay, the story wasn't anything revolutionary. It was mostly stuff that happened in the
But
comics.
have you played Miles Morales? That's my
I did. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, no, no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I hadn't played that one because it really just felt like an add-on to the first one, and I wasn't about to pay the price for it. And now that it's all like PS5 is the best way to play this and that. Blah. I got a PS4. I don't plan on buying a 5 unless they make some really amazing exclusive game that I'll buy a few years from now when it's dirt cheap. I don't see myself having one.
They haven't made a
It's
game
just
that I've looked at and been like, oh, I have to have the console to play this. Like the stuff
exactly,
that we want and we port beg for and we ask for is third party stuff. People out there
exactly.
acting like we're asking for first party stuff need to go stick their head in the sand. And
That's always the frustrating part. When we're like, can we have third party stuff that's gone everywhere about us? And people are like, why did you
no,
give first party stuff? And it's like, well, first off, this has nothing to do with you and your. Second off, how does that seem like a fair trade? Hey, can I borrow your toothbrush? Only if I can borrow your wife. What?
what?
These are not equivalents. First and third party are not the same. It's okay if Sony hoards the third party because you guys hoard this company. They own this company. Yeah, well, they cheated and bought it, so it doesn't count. Oh,
Doesn't
okay.
count. Yeah, I hate that kind
My
of
favorite's
BS.
still all that organic bullshit where, oh, I build our stuff organically. Do you mean you pay your people to work for you? Because that's what you do. It's the same
I
thing.
mean, I honestly, I'm very happy with Sega and Xbox's closeness now. I
Yeah,
kind of
if
hope
anything,
we get
that's
Sakura
organic.
Wars out of this
I hope we get
because,
a lot of stuff.
but honestly, I'm loving this. Like, check it out. Xbox is basically being like, is advertising, like, announcing even Yakuza games in the West.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think they're a big proponent to how big they've blown up.
Oh, absolutely.
Because that's the thing. Like,
And
I've
that's a
known
good,
about Yakuza games forever,
yeah.
and they've been, I would argue, like, not the they've been like on the cusp of being socially relevant for ever.
Yeah, like they weren't mainstream, but they were always close, especially because of the memes. I
Well,
feel like,
even before the memes, like I don't remember ever seeing anything about Yakuza stuff like in the early years of.
and that's what I mean. Like the memes I'd see a little bit every now and then came over, and I'd see mainstream talk, not just weeb, jokes and stuff.
I really didn't see like any of the Yakuza like the hardcore Yakuza memes until Xbox
Yeah.
had it and was like, "It's on Game Pass, play it." Like honestly, I'm
I
not
feel
trying
like
to be like they
yeah.
made Yakuza big. I think it was a big proponent of it though. Like you make a good
I feel
game,
like
and then you get someone backing you.
it's happened a few times with Sega. Like even Persona. Persona was big in the Weeb community, but when that remake came out and it went to every platform, I mean obviously Xbox, but even Switch and all that, then it became huge again. And there was none of that bullshit this time of gatekeeping dungeons and not allowing certain parts to stream and content ID'd everywhere, even though you find to do stuff. It would had a much
Oh, did it
smoother launch.
finish? Oh, just pull it off and bring
What?
it. Give it to me. Send the whole
Oh,
thing to me. I'll grab it.
yeah, between that and Yakuza, I'd say the mainstreamness was hugely supported by Xbox between giving a lot of people Game Pass to play it, and as much as people joke about Xbox not having a big fan base, blah blah, it put a ton
Mm.
of people on the map with that game. You know, they might joke and say that there aren't people that play this console, but there's still millions of people that play this console, and that's millions of people to advertise to sell product to get interested in your community. You know, it's big. It matters. We got one of them there Sega enjoyers, huh?
One again, those Sega Engineers. Does it actually work like it's supposed to? Hey, it does. I designed
When
this
you
in
get
like 10
this,
seconds. It's just a little.
oh, nice.
It's just a little flip. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on old ones, and it has a bit of a rough printing edge. I don't know if you can see that. And the writing on the front's misaligned. I'm trying to. So this has been causing issues with stuff. It's like it gets misaligned as it goes up. So, uh, and the bottom part of the con's a little crushed actually. I could just sit it on the shelf here. And just put a game in it, and it should stand up. Total War. Yep. Total War's been interesting. Sega's PC front has been super interesting for a while, in my opinion.
Hmm.
Yeah, I might just have to make a new one for older games because this one does not fit Genma Onimusha. Sad face. Which is a little bit too thick. I can rework the design. This isn't perfect. It hates the you know what I really love from them?
What?
Oh, Vector Man. Yeah. I would absolutely love it if Sega grabbed some of their old IP, like older Genesis IP, like all their old games. Like bring back Golden Axe, bring back Shinobi, bring back everything.
Everything.
They're all here. Sega has enough IP they could totally do the Smash Bros thing. So I'm just looking at this 3D print and just like, hmm. I mean, the bottom layer is really nice. I ordered some new nozzles to try and see if I could make it better because, like I said, the print on the front is not very good. Here,
Hmm.
put an S tier underrated game in here. Vector Man comes to mind. You can talk about old Sega games that I think should come back. Vector Man's a good one. Comic Zone's another good one. Shinobi. Shining Force. Yeah, Shining Force was Sega. I'm like 80% sure. I don't think I had it back in the day, but I'm pretty sure. Uh, I know Monster Boys had some sort of revival,
Yeah.
but like all the Capcom Disney games, not all of them made seen the light of day. Like Quackshot's never seen the light of day. That's a great game. The Castle of Illusion was a monkey paw port that you had to buy the terrible remake to play the old one. And then the old port was just like not great. I was so disappointed. I bought it and I was like, ugh.
So sad.
It was sad. I mean, why not even bring back those old FMV games? You don't have to make them FMV games now, but like Super Shark, Corpse Killer, stuff like that. Like, why? Why not have some of the stuff come back? Seventh
Yeah.
Dragon, Dark Crystal. Is Dark Crystal actually Sega make that one? I don't know. Is Dark Crystal?
The remake?
No, oh, Dark Wizard. Sorry,
Oh, um, that one I'm less sure about.
it goes
I'll
for
be
a
back
pretty
one sec.
penny.
I just gotta run to the bathroom. Sorry.
Yeah, I've been holding it. Dark Wizard. Dark Wizard. Dark Wizard. Bring back the old anime games. No. Platinum owns the rights to it, but Sega published it. Because I'm pretty sure if I grab this delicious copy of Bayonetta 1 and 2, it does have Sega on the back though, because it's the first one. Knife. I think they have partial ownership rights, but not complete ownership rights, because otherwise Nintendo couldn't just do whatever. Oh, yes. Uh, yeah, but Dark Wizard. Dark Wizard's like Fire Emblem basically, but Sega's take and with anime cutscenes. So honestly, it'd be cool to see some of the stuff come back. And Capcom, Genma Oni Musha. Come on, guys. It's right here. It's right there. I just can't believe how expensive the game goes for. So we had this one. Ninja Wizard. Shining Force CD. These have got to be fake. There's no way. Oh, Lunar. That's a name I haven't heard in a very long time. Silver Star, Lunar. Oof. Revenge of the Ninja. No one cares about that. Heart of the Alien. Eternal Champions. I remember Eternal Champions. Samurai Showdown. Flashback. There's no way this is real. This looks awful. Mega Man CD? Nah. Dune. I remember the Dune game. Prize Fighter. Super Shark. The Space Adventure. Mad Dog McCree. Supreme Warrior. Oof. Lunar. Lunar is like one of those games that I never got to play, but I remember seeing it like over and over. Like it was always there. It was like always just there, and I could never touch it. Yeah, I wouldn't have had the patience to play it probably back in the. Oh, it's top down, two dimensional. Blah blah. Weird. Game arts. I have a feeling game arts doesn't exist anymore. Ugh. Grandia. Lunar gets no love. Grandia gets all the remakes. They've been working on something for 4 years. That's for sure. Silver Star Harmony. Oh, went down a trip down memory lane looking at lunar stuff. Game arts. Wow, it's so cool looking at old anime art in the 16-bit era because it kind of still looks really good. Like, yeah, it doesn't have as much detail in it as other things, but 16-bit sensation, another layer of the anime, really made me appreciate what it takes to draw a scene like this in 16-bit. Because they use like 15 colors. This makes it even less. That's why her dress is the same color as his pants. And the green's the same as the ones on the tree. It's it's crazy. I remember seeing Lunar in the back of the like as an ad in the old video game magazines as an import you could get. Just never. I never actually saw it in store ever. Lunar. I always saw it like a magazine or it's like an import. You can import it. We'll bring it in for you, and it's like all these ads for it, but I could never like buy it in a store. So it's kind of this magical unknown for me. I feel like it's one of those games I'll probably never get to play because of how much it costs for some of these, like officially, unless they re-release it, which would be really nice. It would be really nice. Yep. It is what it is. Gonna get me good Well, let me see if anyone messaged me with anything good or just crap. Justin will come back eventually, I'm sure. The Centurions. Nothing really great here. Yes. Yes. Yoshi. I don't want to talk about Toppers. Yeah. Still just chilling at Blizzard. That's been interesting to see them go all around and check with everyone. Dondoko Island. Uh, just leave me hanging for a while. Anything else that I just want to talk about? Okay. Stuff that I want to talk about. Anime tier list. I was gonna come back to talk about anime tier list.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
He back.
I am back. I was following along on my. I was like, oh no.
Lunar. It
Water?
made me think of Lunar. I went to go look
Oh.
up Dark Wizard, and then I saw Lunar, and I was like, a game that I could never find in stores, but it definitely existed. Just I never get.
No, it never existed, man. It's on your mind.
Yeah, I did realize something though. It seems like if I want to print kanji on something, I need to make it flat, like this, because gravity sucks this way. That's why it turned out like crap on that. So I could print it in two parts. Anyway, I was gonna talk about animes for a second.
Feel free. I don't
Have
mean
you
to
been
cut you
watching
off.
any of the new stuff?
I
No?
haven't been watching it yet.
Been seeing the
I'm
memes?
waiting for some more episodes to come out. The villainous one looks cute.
Oh my god,
The
I'm in love
one,
with the villainous is so good. It's so
the
good.
elf one looks good.
Which elf one? Oh,
Um,
Shy? I'm not watching Shy.
no, Wait, is shy an acronym or?
I don't know. I just know there's one called Shy that people keep telling me about, and I don't know.
It's got a white-haired elf and the haired girl. Um, I forget the name of it. It's bugging me. Still waiting for Zom to finish.
It's not. It's
Um,
not finishing. We don't know when it's finishing. We don't have anything.
that's what I mean. I don't know when it's going to
Stardust
continue.
telepathy has actually been like if you like stories of really shy girls trying to get over it with the power of friendship, this is the show
Hmm.
for you.
Hmm.
The Vexations of a Shut-in Vampire. Is that the one you're talking about?
What?
The Vexations of a Shut-in Vampire? This one?
No, but that also looked cute.
I'm gonna tell you, this week's episode was not cute. I'm gonna tell you why it wasn't cute.
Also, no, Sega doesn't own Bayonetta, and
No, they're
I'm sure you
partial
already
they're
said that,
partial
but I
owners
just
of the
noticed.
first game, from my
Yeah.
understanding, but they don't own everything.
If you see a white-haired elf,
I don't
that's
know.
the one I was talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about. It's not
Hold
Kokoro,
on,
so I don't know.
I'll do it in the Discord because I remember I took a clip earlier, so I'm
I'm
sure that'll
not
save
watching
you.
those ones though. Pokemon was S tier this week. Captain Pikachu is badass. Must not be. Nobody can mess with Cap. 2v1, you still don't have enough Pokemons. I'm in love with the villain.
Yeah, well, that one's a different thing. I was just posting. That was the dub, where someone was posting some of the lesbian.
Ew. English dub. Gross.
The dub's actually pretty good.
Except they changed lines. Oof. 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 Oof.
Oomph.
Changing lines again.
It's not changing when you don't know the original. Then it's just lies.
I mean, mostly the gay bits. I mean, the show's not super gay all the time.
Yeah, that's why they jump around with specifically. I just happened to come by and saw that, and let's see. I think I have it in my favorites. Here she is.
How to Meet Your Fictional Crush 101. Oh
Fierin,
my god.
Fierin the funeral.
Currently airing. Making me look for stuff. It's a currently airing one.
Yeah,
Oh, the one with the elf that's like old.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
she's technically old. She's young. That one's also really cute.
That's not the one you're talking about.
No,
That's also a white-haired elf lady.
which
This is
one?
how your description is absolutely useless. This one?
What? Freeing or Furion at the funeral?
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah,
Julian, Beyond the Journey's End.
yeah. That one.
Yeah,
That
it
was
was
the
the one
one
I
that
was
the
looking
host
at.
made really funny. Yeah, I thought that's what it was, and then you were
It
like,
says
"Oh, it's
it's
not that
drama
one." I was
and
like, "Oh."
fantasy.
I mean, it's definitely got comedy. I don't know why it's not labeled as that. There was one scene. This is
Drama
what I was telling you.
can be funny.
Yeah, you and Kruger. I was talking about where she sees the old guy with a hat, and
Yeah.
why do you look familiar? And it cuts back to him as a kid. And he walks up behind her, flips the skirt, just smiling like crazily. She's like, "You're that little brat from before." He's like, "What?" He's like an 80-year-old man. Witness me.
Yeah.
It's very cute and wholesome.
What up? Adult Precure has also been very good.
Yeah, you've definitely been enjoying
I
that
love the concept of magical girls after they have stopped being magical girls and gone
after
on with
they
their
yeah
life.
after they retired.
Not really retired. They just gone on with their life because it's like middle school or whatever, right? Basically.
I thought they stopped until they just came back.
Well, they didn't stop per se. Their transformation device disappeared.
Oh, is that were they still fighting crime and bad
No,
guys?
well, you
Oh,
don't. They don't fight regular crime. Magical girls don't fight regular crime. They
no, I
fight.
know.
They fight
That's
invaders from other worlds and stuff.
that's like saying superheroes don't fight regular crime. They only fight
Only
super
Superman
crime.
does.
Oh yeah, because Superman's got the time for it. Super speed.
Yeah.
Everyone else is like, fuck it, the cops can handle that. Call me when the psychos get here.
Yeah, on the Psycho's gay, yeah. No, they like went on with their lives. They had dreams and they went on to do with it. I was very interested to see. Um, it
Were
does
any of them
seem to
upset to come
have.
back?
There's one character who's odd, the odd woman out, and
Hmm.
if you haven't watched Precure 5, you won't know any reason why. But it was very interesting because everyone needed some sort of magical MacGuffin to appear for them to be able to transform again. And when they transform, they become middle aged again. Don't ask me why. I don't know. No one knows why.
Because magical girls.
You can't be a magical woman apparently.
Well, yeah, they're not called magical women. They're called magical girls. Duh.
Yeah, but it's
It's because they got to sell to the
自分の
audience.
宝
They need that
を
young girl.
it's funny because they're talking about it, and the one girl's a writer, and she's like, "Tell me the details." And her best the Nozumi's the first one to transform, the main character, of course, and Rin's with her. Rin's like her best friend, like lifelong best friend at this point. They've been together for like I don't know how old they're supposed to be, but 20 plus years, I would assume.
Hmm.
And she's like, she became middle school again. And then Urura, who's like the actress one, is like, and your skin? It's like soft and supple. She's like, oh, so nice. And I'm like, wow, they went all in on this. I
So
appreciative.
when they get young again, they keep their current like brain and maturity and all that.
It would seem,
Hmm.
but like, if I'm being honest, it's not like they like become younger. It's like they become younger, then they transform. So you get the nostalgia rush of them being young and transforming again from a
Mm.
show that's like uh um from 2008. So it is a direct sequel to something from 2008. My boy Nuts has been in it, but he hasn't been Nuts. Yeah. It's honestly really good in a lot of ways because it doesn't feel as ham-fisty and like we have to fit a fight scene in every episode. Like the first
Hmm.
one had no fighting whatsoever, and there is like a dark force over like overseeing, and they're trying to do something, but you don't quite understand what's going on yet. But it's kind of funny to see. What's the other thing though? Is Nozomi's used to be able to be like the hero, like she's literally the one who would stand up whenever there was something that was wrong, and some weird creature shows up, and she stands up ready to transform, and she can't. And they're like, we have to run, and she's like, I don't think she um adapted well to
Hmm.
becoming an adult and like just walking away from that life because in her scene, she's like the lights go out, these weird monsters show up. They don't appear on like cell phone cameras, so people are like, oh, they're filming something. There's all these monster things, and I'm like, I might assume that too,
Yeah.
maybe, but when you can't see them on, oh, excuse me, when you can't see them on film, it's like, oh shit, what's going on?
They're not good at filming this.
Yeah, and then you
They're
have
not
and
available.
then the guys that were trying to do that and did the thing that I would expect most people to do. Um, they end up the first victims of whatever, usual tropey Toei type stuff because
Hmm.
it's Toei. We gotta let's be real here, guys. It's still tropey. It's still magical girls, but it's very interesting.
Good.
So, and it's one of those things where it's like it's just funny to see her. She's like straight to stand up, like she's ready to fight, but she can't because she can't transform anymore because her thing's gone. If you've watched all of Precure 5, watch it. If you haven't, I'm sorry. That's too much. I can't ask you to I literally can't ask you to go through all that. I went through all that pain. I can't ask you to do it. It's like 100 plus episodes.
That's nothing. People make each other
48.
watch
Hold
One
on.
Piece, and there's 1,000 of those.
Hold on. 59. That's so 99 episodes. 98 episodes, sorry. No, 97. I counted wrong. I ended the movie. Yeah. But like, yeah. Yeah. Because I'm like, maybe you could get by. Then episode 3, they literally call back to, I think it was like episode like 20 something of the first season. And then one of the other ones calls back to episode 20. Now I want to see if the weird comedian dude shows back up. There's literally this episode where they go help he's a real life comedian, like a real person did a whole act on TV or whatever, and they help him get his puppet back. And his whole shtick was he performs in his underwear or like in like a tote. Like, yes, I'm weird. So he walks out and he's got like his sunglasses on. He's got this puppet on one hand, and written on his chest is "Thank you, Precure." And like everyone's like, "What is going on?" I made screenshots of it because it was weird. And I'm like, is this gonna ever come back? Because the only reason I watched Precure 5 was because I knew the show was gonna be involving the Precure 5 characters. So I wanted to watch it because the idea of adult Precure is super interesting to me. And while
Hmm.
I enjoy it, I know other people who enjoy Precure who have not been very. I actually dropped it. They're just like, no, don't want to watch it. And I totally understand because it's got to be really hard to watch something with callbacks to something else that you have.
Yeah, especially if you haven't seen it.
Yes. What is this one? Yes. Yeah, there was that one lady who always did weird stuff with them. That's right. One of the villains put them in storybooks tales all the time.
Hmm.
There's a bunch of them of being like mermaids and things. Nice screenshots of that. And then Burnby, who I know is in the anime, the new season, because I saw him in the preview for this week's episode, which won't be till Sunday.
How come it's so long this week?
No, it's always on Sunday.
Oh,
It's just when it airs. No, no, sorry, it airs Friday. Hiragata Sky is yes, it's Friday. Sorry, because
oh,
both the
okay.
Precure are still airing at the same time. There's the
Hmm.
current little girl one and then the adult one. So yeah, it's been interesting. Uh, so far, I have to do tier list for this season anime. 16-bit sensation, another layer is S tier. It is probably one of the. Oh man, it's super interesting. There's like subplot stuff going on that is incredibly interesting. Without spoiling it, it's a girl from 2023 who ends up going back in time to 1992 in the first episode and wants to learn about. Well, wants to. Her dream is to make a Bishoujo game, one of those dating games with her own art because she absolutely loves these games.
But now
And
that
she
she's
has.
in the past, her art style could be based on someone's art.
I'm
She could
not
even
gonna
influence.
look. I'm tell. It literally tells you she gets transported back to 1992 in the description, and I'm not gonna tell you much
Uh-huh.
more about it. Besides that, I think it's really good. It also is a very interesting showing of how you made these games back in the DOS era.
Oh yeah, like the actual process they did. It was crazy back then.
Oh yeah, like they show you them putting in the drawing, like the hand drawn drawing. They put it in a
Hmm.
photocopier to make the lines darker. They scan it into the computer and then they color it with a mouse.
Yep. By hand. No pooters to do it for you.
Well, the pooters do it for you to a point, but
Oh
and
yeah,
she's
but I
trying
mean,
to
it's not like
she's trying
today.
to use uh because she's had muscle memory from using Photoshop or whatever,
Hmm.
and so she makes a mistake. She's trying to undo with the quick key, like anyone who uses the program would do, like uses Photoshop or draws now would do, and it doesn't
Yeah.
work. And they're like, "Have you ever actually used the computer?" Uh, I honestly highly recommend it for anyone who likes video games and Bishojo. Beautiful girls.
Yeah, and it's not V Sojo. It's not the VTubers.
No. Um well she mentions VTubers, but they're in the she's in the
Oh, that's
past,
funny.
so
Yeah, meanwhile
and no
everyone's
one
like,
knows anything has
what?
any idea what she's talking about.
Yeah,
Like
what's a
she
tuber, let
says
alone a VTuber?
was she talking about SNS,
Uh-huh.
social media? That's what
Yeah,
they
very
call it in
complicated
Japan,
topic.
okay? It's SNS.
Yep.
And they're like,
I think
"What?"
it's social network system or something.
Yeah. Social networks. Yeah, I think that's what it's supposed to be, but their short forms are interesting always.
Yeah. Their
So it is
acronyms sometimes mean different stuff, even if it's the same one we have.
yeah, it is probably like my favorite of the season so far. If I had
That's the
to,
one with the GameCube and Xbox 360 in the background. And then
yes, yes, that was when she's in the.
this
I don't want to tell you why those are there, but yes,
oh yeah, that's true. Time period wise, that wouldn't make sense. I didn't even put
I'm
that
not
together until
even
just now.
gonna tell you what's going on because if I tell you, it'll spoil the whole
That's
thing.
fine.
Just watch it.
I'll have to watch it.
Yeah,
I'm interested in it.
it's
I'll
good.
wait for the season to finish and then binge it.
It's gonna have 13 episodes apparently. I'm in love with the
Oh,
villainess is absolutely fun. Um, but her love for the character is very pure. It's not.
her love for the villainess.
Yes, it's very pure. I
Oh,
absolutely love it. And there's been some foreshadowing to some stuff happening because she talks about it's an isekai.
yeah. But technically, yeah, she's not normally in her game. Was it an Otome game? Because wasn't the
Yes,
villainess the main character? Okay.
it's an Otome game, and the villainess is the rival type character who's supposed to make the protagonist's life miserable.
Is she the protagonist now? Like she took over whoever the.
Yes. So she has the
Okay.
protagonist spec too, the plot armor, everything.
Which means all of the guys are interested in her and she's interested in.
Yeah. Oh, it's really funny because she's talking about because she's super she's played the game a bunch of times, so she's super in the know about how stuff
Oh, like
works, and
everyone's lives.
not the lives per se, but she's very aware of the system. So um she's trying to like exist but not get the boys' attention. But by
Hmm.
existing and doing anything, she'll get the boys' attention. Like if she does good on tests, one of the boys responds to that. Oh, if she's good at games, another of the boys responds to that. If she does something else, it's like there's like the three princes. There's like the silver-haired one, there's the red-headed one, and then there's the blonde one. And uh,
So, is it like the game mechanics work in real time, or is it like that's gone? It's just a normal world kind
it's a normal. Well, there was like a bit of gamey stuff, but it seems like the aspects of the game still apply.
of. Hmm.
So like if she does something in one of the episodes and I have no idea what she actually did and they haven't told us yet, and I don't want to like talk about it, but she's gone off the script for what actually is supposed to happen in the game, I feel. But
Hmm.
aspects of the game still happen. Like if she ends up in a situation where one of the princes is gonna save her, and it depends on your affection level with them which one it will be.
Hmm.
And and it's funny because she's like, I gotta call someone's name, and then she of course calls Claire, the villainess,
Hmm.
and she's just stuck there, very confused what's going on. She's in the same predicament, just like what is going on. So yeah, that's really fun. If you like romance stories, I guess, and comedy, yeah, recommend. The next
If
one,
you like laughter and love, ew.
I don't know if I'd say it's laughter and love. It's just laughter.
Well, I thought it was romance.
It feels pretty one-sided so far. It's like she literally proclaims her love for her like right away, and it
Yes.
sets her off, and then she's like bullying the girl, and she's like, "Step on me harder. You can step on me harder." And like, it's like what? And she's trying to figure out how to get back at her and like bully her without like hurting her too much. She doesn't want to like hurt people. She just wants to like put them in their place.
Hmm.
So yeah, it's a thing. The next one on the list, three there, Kimi Zero is the short form of it. It's like the experienced you and the inexperienced me. This show is super wholesome, and I absolutely love it. So far, it has no right being as good as it is. It really doesn't. I literally picked it because it had a voice actress I really like. I enjoy her like everything she does. So I'm like, okay, this will be fun. Even if the story's shit, I'll at least enjoy listening to her talk and say funny lines. And yeah, she's been good, but the story was actually good, and that's where I got the sweet fry eating meme from.
Gotcha. That one was cute. She looks so
The
angry.
angry fry eating, so so good. Adult Precure we're talking about. Soaring Sky Precure still watching. Spy Family season 2. So far, nothing super important plot wise has happened, and we're like I think 3 episodes in, if I'm not mistaken. I can double check with my actual list here. I just haven't updated. Uh, oh no. Where did it end up? It's been very annoying too. This one is Yes, we are on the third episode. Um, this week was a Yuri episode. Yours, brother. Mostly
Yeah.
is mostly a him episode. The first one was a your episode.
Anya episode when?
There's always Anya in all of them.
Yeah, but I
The
need
second one was a
Anya.
Damien episode, actually.
Oh, good. Damien's a homie. Gets with Anya.
It was just Damien though with his boys. It was very interesting. Um, like they've been good. I hate the new theme song. It is blah, especially compared to the first two.
Mhm.
It feels like it's going for a theme, and I feel like the first two songs were way better. Like Souvenir was so good, and I can't remember what the first intro was called, but the first intro was like, I didn't like Souvenir at first. But it definitely grew on me. This new one is just like, no. It's kind of frenetic and weird. Um,
Mhm.
Stardust Telepath. How do I explain this show? Main character is super shy and makes a wish upon a star.
Oh, what'd she wish for?
She wished for to meet aliens so she can find someone that she can talk to.
Why didn't she just wish for someone to talk to?
Because she
Or
wants to
have
be an
it-
alien because
anyone.
she thinks that she doesn't exist she doesn't belong on Earth.
Uh,
And,
wonder which game
the
sounds
shooting
like.
star is actually an alien girl.
Did she hear the wish, or was it just serendipitous?
It was just I'm not completely convinced what's going on in this, but so far it has been very cute. It's buckle up. It's fun. It's honestly really fun. It's very cute. Like, she's like, I want to go to space. I want to meet aliens. I want to find someone I can
I
talk
want to
to.
be aliens.
And the other girl's like, I am an alien. Doesn't even try to hide it. And then he shows up. I think it's like she wished for something and she came into existence because of it, but I don't
Yeah,
know for sure.
that's what I mean when I asked my question earlier. Like, was she created because?
It's so hard to tell. It really is because it doesn't really explain itself, but they're very good friends and it's really funny. Do I think it's the best episode of the best series of the season? No. It's something I look forward to watching though. Like everything so far has been something I look for. Actually, yeah, everything that I talked about so far, I have looked forward to watching. There's nothing
Yes.
like, oh, it's this week. I gotta go through it. Which I feel like that's what Soaring Sky Precure has become, because it kind of fell
Aw.
off. It's Shonan. It's the boy. The boy. I don't like the boy. Not because he's a boy, because they're trying to make
Also
him
because
like
he's a boy.
no, they're trying to make him super important. And the last episode, he's like, he's super smart. He knows everything. He does all the stuff. And I'm like, no, please don't. Why? No, stop it. Stop it. You've
I hate
already
when they do that
established
with
these
any
characters.
character,
Yeah,
whether it's gender, race, blah blah. You can write a character. They're important.
sorry, my can popped out when I picked it up.
No worries. Yeah, it's like, oh, if they are these things, do it naturally. Don't just focus on them and make it look. Show me the progression. Show me
Oh.
they're useful.
He's useful in his own way, but it's like it was like the episode started off and it's like, oh, we gotta do this thing. And he's gotta go. He can solve this problem. And I'm like, oh no, here we go. I'm like, I know that every character like gets their own episode in a show like this, like a reoccurring like many episodes will be an episode about Motion Sora. There's been a few Sora episodes, like one where she like loses her faith in herself, and she's got to like refine her drive to be a hero again. Sora's a really interesting character, and I like her. But Basa Shonen, the boy. Um, I call him Shonen because Agya calls him Shonen. She
Hmm.
never calls him Tsubasa, not once. It's always Shonen. So that's what I call him. That's the nickname for him. Everyone knows who I'm talking about when I say it. So except for Justin, it's just not watching Precure. But
I'm waiting for post cure.
honestly, just watch Tropical Rouge. You won't watch a good Precure.
Hmm.
It's so good. What
Yeah,
sucks
well.
is that the show actually started like really good, and then it kind of just went. Like there was an episode where they go out of their way to help this person, and the
Hmm.
conflict was not like with a monster. They had to help this old lady get to the airport, and it was like really cool. Like, wait, no monster showed up, no creature of the week this time.
There's no lady of the week this time.
No creature. No, all the creature of the weeks tend to be dudes. But yeah,
What about Rita Repulsa?
a rear also would summon the creature of the week. It's kind of the same deal, actually.
Yeah, she
You have
summoned
like a
it, but I
bad
feel like
dude, and
she's still the
they
villain.
summon a creature, and the girls fight him off, and then you win, and they do stuff.
Then you win. Do 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 do.
Kind of, but it's got its moments. But if I'm being honest, like especially compared to Tropical Rouge, which literally came right before it ended, and then we got this. Tropical Rouge is way better. The thing is, I like the cast except for Tsubasa. Shonen.
What's wrong with Shibasa?
Tsubasa is the boy, and the boy knows everything. And the boy is always the solution to stuff, and it's like, but why? Why is it always like this with this? Like, it's like we're trying to sell the all boys Precure real hard, because that's what comes after this. And I ain't gonna watch it. Not because it's all boys, but because I don't like shonen. Because it's like the whole thing about girl empowerment and like is actually kind of refreshing to watch.
Mm.
You know, like the people that solve the problem. Like even Sailor Moon kind of has the issue where there's like Tuxedo Command like comes in and saves the day or does nothing, and then suddenly they can win, and it's just like,
Well, wait, you didn't do anything.
but you
Boom,
didn't
ninja.
do anything. Like I know it's a meme, but like it
Yeah, well, it's
definitely
based on that.
it definitely happens in Sailor Moon,
Yeah.
but it's just really annoying in a show that's in a series that's predominantly been women and empowering
Mm.
women, especially young
What about
women.
magical boys?
That's what we get next.
Oh, really?
Magical,
I was
yeah, that's the
kidding.
next series is magical boys. It's all boys.
That's hilarious.
I'm just not. Uh,
I will say though, I I
there's gonna
love
be
the
so
magical
much
girls
yaoi
right
of them
now.
though. I
Oh
guarantee
God,
you.
yeah.
I guarantee you right now, the boy love will be off the charts.
I mean, it's off the charts in the street stuff with like musk. And I don't mean this in a mean way, but if you put femme stuff with boys, you're gonna get twice as much.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like the whole concept is like I would argue that the male equivalent of a magical girl is a
A
common
Power
rider
Ranger.
or a Power Ranger. Yeah, like
Yeah.
it
Although
makes
there are
perfect
girl
sense.
Power
They're not.
Rangers too.
There are, and there are boy precures, but having like all of them when most of the time it's been like all girls.
I mean, in today's society in 2020, We gotta include everybody,
I mean, if you
where it's
want to put
mean
them
and
in frilly
unfair.
outfits, it's fine, but I wouldn't have called them precure.
There has been some really cute ones though. I've read comics of and mangas. One of them was there was a male guy, and he would turn into a girl when he went into his transformation,
Is that
and
the
the girl
I'm
would.
in love I love Twin Tails or whatever?
No, this one didn't get an anime. There's a short
Okay.
manga every now and then, and the when he was in the girl form, the girl form was in love with his best, who was really happy to cheer him on and always like very careful and taking care of the girl. Back to dude bro for the boy form. He didn't have any feelings for her. He was just indifferent. But the girl form was crushing on him. And like when he turned back to a guy, he'd keep the memories, and he was always embarrassed of what the girl form would do. And to the best friend, it was a really cute concept, and I'm down for stuff like that. Like it doesn't have to be the same thing, but with boy. Like you can do your own unique spin on things and make it interesting.
Yeah,
So I hope that there's
like I
something like
honestly
that.
feel like I'm not trying to be mean to the voice actor that does Tsubasa or the people
Mhm.
that like him or
You're just not vibing.
I hate the writing for him. I honestly hate the writing for
That's
him.
fair. No matter how good a character is, if the writing is
It's
garbage,
not that the
you're
writing's
never gonna feel.
garbage, it's just that it feels like they're trying to make him into like the brains of the operation and you
Hmm.
kind of already have that character.
That's true. If he's trying to basically be someone else's role, but isn't as good as it,
I
it's
mean,
gonna come off as
you have
weird.
the grandma character who's literally like she's super wise and will advise them on things, and they just backseat her for more shonen. And I'm like, but why? Why would you make a sage character and then try to replace the sage character with a younger character? When I think he's maybe the second youngest. He's probably how old is he supposed to be? I know he's a
I'm
bird.
47. Well, based on that name, I'm not surprised. Tsubasa.
It means wing, and he
Yeah,
turns into Cure Wing.
I'm unsure what Cure Wing is, as I'm not familiar, but I'm not
Cure
surprised it's
is they
obvious.
always have like they have a different name when they transform.
That makes sense, but what's the cure part mean?
They're pre-cure, Cure Wing.
No, no, but I mean, what does the cure mean? Is it like an acronym? What does the cure part
Pre-cure
mean?
shortens to cure, and they're cure whatever.
Yes, but one
It's
of my
always
question
been
is,
that
what is
way
the?
with every single
I just
one.
don't understand what the word cure means.
Well,
It
they
usually means to heal, so I'm confused.
it's written in English. It's cure. So whatever. It's always cure whatever. Like if I look at Sora, it's cure sky.
No, that makes sense to me. I just don't understand what the cure part's about.
It's
When I
just
hear
that they
ranger,
it's
I
exactly the same idea. You got it.
but ranger makes sense because ranger can mean that. That's the only reason I'm confused. I wanted to understand cure, like agent, or
Sailor,
you know,
whichever
yeah.
you prefer, it's cure here. The
Okay,
pre-cure,
so it
pretty
means nothing
cure.
different. It's just that's the word for it.
It's a short pre-cure is already a short form for pretty cure.
Okay, I'm learning.
Learning slowly. Yeah,
What's his
it's
all the other ones are
Sora
based on
Mashiron
jobs or like
Ageha.
people?
It's funny because it's Sora, it's Cure Sky, Sora's Sky,
Mm.
Moshiron, Cure Prism, Ageha, Cure Butterfly. Ageha's my favorite because but she gets paired with Tsubasa a lot, and I don't like that.
A butterfly with a bird seems like a bad combo.
He's a wing. No, they just pair them a lot. She teases them a lot though.
Mm.
She's like one of the older. I think she's like college age actually, because she works as She can drive for one. I think she's probably the oldest pre-kid.
She can drive.
She
Just
can.
hearing that as the prereq is hilarious. Like,
I mean, let's be real here. None of the other girls could fly, could drive. I
they
should
can
say.
fly.
No,
I mean, you're right.
no
Yeah, you're
flying
thinking
was
of
completely
Tsubasa.
different because well, there's Mahotsukai. Mahotsukai was a great show too. Yeah, Isabasa's a bird though. Like a little cute little bird thing, and then he becomes a person, and then from the bird he transforms. Not unheard of.
Wait, was he a bird originally? I remember you.
Yes, he's a bird.
So he's a bird that turned human to become a magical.
Boy, yes. But it's
Wait, are they
just
called
funny
magical
because the
boys
theme
or
is
they're
still
still
Maha
magical girls?
Shoujo. Even though there's a magical boy, we're still magical girl. You're still a magical girl. You can never be a boy. It's Maha
Magical,
Shoujo.
just like how you can't be a magical woman. There's no magical boys or magical,
Only magical girls.
only
That's why
magical
Sailor
girls.
Moon never gets older. Because she can be a
Yeah.
magical girl forever. Tropical love forever.
They got a chibi moon now.
Sibiusa
Yeah, I
from a
still,
thousand years in the future.
yeah, I remember Ross O'Donovan was explaining how my sister had it on, and I just came in and watched an episode of her, and then she left to do something. She came back a few hours later, and she's like, "You're still watching this?" And he just turns and goes, "Yeah, they got a chibi moon now." And that was his explanation of how he fell in love with it. He just sat down and watched like a huge marathon when he was a kid, and he got obsessed with it.
It's great. It's a good show.
Yeah, it is great. I remember loving it when I watched. I don't
I
remember a ton
mean,
of it.
I mean, if you really like magical girl stuff, I honestly highly recommend Tropical Rouge Precure. It's been one of
I
the
might
best
take a
ones in
look.
a while. If you want something a little more focused with less characters and a theme that's a little more Harry Potter esque, Mahotsukai Precure.
I mean, I like really all premises, and I don't mind a million,
Well,
but
Mahotsukai
I
was fun
just
because there's two of them, and it's like star-crossed friend. Like they meet, like one girl's from the magic realm, the one's from the mundane realm, and they
what is
like
the mundane
fatefully
realm, the
meet.
human world?
Yeah, the regular human world, like our world, the mundane and the
Ah, so we're
magical.
mundane.
I mean, you can't fly through the sky on a broom, can you?
No, but we can fly through the sky in an airplane. Do they have airplanes?
No, but why would you need an airplane if you have magic?
What
Would
about
you have
if
invented?
you're
This
trying to
is
bring
this is
your
the thing
grandma?
though, which is fun about it, because you wouldn't have invented
Yeah,
magic.
magic would solve a lot of
Magic would
reasons.
solve so many problems, so why would you need to invent things?
Yeah,
I kind of so they have like
but knowing humans, we would do both. We'd be like, oh, well, we got our magic,
or
and then you
use
get the whole
magic to do
cyber
things.
dystopian. Yeah,
Possibly. I like the concept of these worlds are just two separate. Once again, remember it's for
yeah,
the
I can
base
appreciate
material
that.
is for children.
No, I refuse.
It's also getting a second season,
Nice.
but I don't know if they're going to be adults, and I don't want to tell you why I think they might be adults, but it's
Well, I mean,
possible.
since they've done it in a series once now, it wouldn't be crazy to.
I'm not saying anymore. Okay, hold on. Weird Starburst telepathy. Then I was talking about Precure because I had to get some Precure. Hyakukano, because I really don't want to say the 100 girlfriends who I really, 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 really love you.
Yeah, really, to the eighth power.
Hyakukano, it's hilarious. It's so
Yeah,
dumb, but it's so funny. And then this week's episode was I'm like, oh no, oh no. Like I knew he was gonna take her, but there's like a whole scene, and she saw him with the other two, and she's convinced
hmm
herself that he won't want to have anything to do with her. And the way they do it is honestly so good. It was so good. Like episode 1 and 2 were more silly. 3 felt
yeah.
very
I've heard the
somber.
show actually gets somber, depressing, dramatic sometimes. Like it just
it's a
leans
roller
into it.
coaster. It is very much
Yeah.
a roller coaster, and seeing things from her point of view, where she's talking about how there's obviously something that affects her. The third
Hmm.
girl is the super tiny. She's super shy, and
She's apparently very lewd.
she's very cute. She's very short, so that like when women are short and compact, it just adds to the cuteness.
Yeah.
So she's cute, and she works as a librarian
She's
in the
very lewd
school.
though.
I don't know. I haven't seen any of that yet.
Apparently you will.
We'll see.
And I will when I get to it.
But yeah, like they do. I absolutely love all the so far. There's only been the three so far, and
Yeah, the
there's
first
supposed
three
to be
girls.
there's supposed to be 100 girlfriends or whatever. But
I think they're only up to the mid 20s
someone said
or early
26 to
20s.
me, and I was
Yeah,
like,
I
that's a
think.
lot.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Apparently, from what people have been saying, is they still give every single character a lot of love. They think maybe there's only one character that's gotten only a little bit, where it's been like we kind of forgot about her, but almost every character. No, this is the blank girl. I know her because of blah 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 and blah blah blah. Like, apparently they're all relevant, and I can appreciate that because that's gonna get hard as fuck as you continue the series.
Yeah, well,
My
um,
favorite gear is 73.
so what I wanted to say though, it's funny because the basic premise is that the god of matchmaking messed up when he was filling out the form when he was born because he's watching a movie on TV. That's what the anime says. He
Yeah,
also
because that's
specifically
why.
comments about his lines from the manga getting cut, and then they get cut,
Yeah,
and he gets
I
mad
love that he's
about
like,
it.
oh no, I'm not gonna have the same uh as the manga. They're gonna cut my lines.
And then they do it. And it's like,
Yeah, it's like
oh, I love it.
I can appreciate the cheekiness like that. That's great.
Yeah, but he's got 100 girlfriends that are his ideal mate, his ideal soulmate, and
Yeah,
they're going to fall deep in love with him. And if he doesn't chooses not to date them, they die.
which means she has to have
Yeah.
a
So
huge harem,
yeah,
or
but
else.
the first two he runs into in the hall, and they like both like instantly fall in love with him, and it's a hilarious scene, absolutely hilarious. And then they both confess to him by the end of the day, and they're like,
But
date me.
here's the question: what if one of the girls really like, I'm not gonna date you unless you date the others? Like, I don't think that's gonna happen for plot reasons, but like in reality, if that happened, they would all die
I
because
don't
one
think they
girl's
would.
like
I don't think they would
monogamy.
all die, but I did wonder what would happen if, because he's going hard, right? Like
Yeah,
he's got to please all these ladies.
he's going
That
110% for literally every girl. It's kind
yeah,
of great.
so that has to like affect his life expectancy. And
Yeah, yeah,
I'm not saying they would do this, but what would happen if he died?
yeah, because that
I
would
don't
really
think
fuck all the other girls.
I don't think that they would like leave him or anything, but like they would, because like Kane and Hikari are really like as much as they fight and bicker, they get along pretty well when they need to.
Yeah, it seems like they're all gonna be friends, and then he'll be the boyfriend. It doesn't feel like there's any. Oh, fuck, I hate these skanks. Like, I'm not getting the vibe that any of.
Maybe, I don't know. I
That's
mean, they
true.
might
There's
not
many
like each
more than
other,
girls.
but so far there's been the three, and
Yeah, from all the promotional shots I've seen, all the girls always look very happy together. But
they
every.
love him completely, and it's so funny. The entire monologue's hilarious when they're like, "But I just love him so much."
But do you think they love him because they are forced to by the matchmaking? Actually,
I
same way.
mean, we're talking about a show.
Well,
We're
yeah,
talking
I'm
about
not saying
the
it has to be for
fictional
real, but
concept of love, and it's like completely
yeah,
and
I
utterly.
just mean like the idea that even without a god choosing that, there could be someone
Well, he doesn't tell
is.
them. At least in the show, he doesn't tell them.
No, no, no. I don't mean that. I just mean like the idea that this could possibly happen. Maybe not to 100, obviously, but I mean the fact that you could see someone and be like, I love this person so much, I don't care if he's with other people as long as he's with me. Kind of like, I wonder if that kind of person even
I don't.
exists.
That's an interesting uh, concept, and I personally
Yeah,
feel like it's hard
because
to it's hard
yeah,
to
it's
say.
such a level of infatuation that like it seems removed from reality. How
Oh, it's definitely
I
removed from
think,
reality. It's to a point where it's absolutely ridiculous.
yeah,
Um, I feel like there's gonna come to a point where he's gonna have to tell them that this is why
yeah,
he's doing all this because there's no way
exactly.
he can
Well, that's
just
what I
be
mean.
like,
There can't be 100 that are like, no, this is cool, this is fine. There's got to be one that's like, nah, and he's like, wait. Hear me out before you die.
well, she can get hit by a bus or whatever. It's like I don't. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that
Although I do
the girl
wonder,
would
what if
would want it.
is he
I'm
allowed
just
to tell them though? I wonder if that'll be something that comes.
I don't know. You
If
read the
if they're
manga. Did he
like,
say it? Wait, would they
I,
believe
I,
him
s-
though?
that's what I was gonna say. What would they believe him? And all.
I mean, one of the girls is scientific minded. It looks like and does like science
Mhm.
experiments, and then the other girl looks like an honor roll student.
Yeah,
We
yeah. It's
haven't
not like
met
all the
them
girls are
yet
dumb.
in the anime, so. But
I'm way far behind on the manga. I heard it was getting an anime. I was because I don't want to be confused on the differences, so I'll just watch the whole thing and then continue the manga because that's what I usually do. So I'm definitely behind.
I don't know if this one's only gonna be one season though. I have no
I
idea.
think it's going to get many just based on how hyped the community is, how much everyone's been talking it up, and how over the top the series is. I assume it's going to be getting more than one.
I mean, I don't want to like it's crazy enough that they have um like it's funny because I love how he's agonizing about who to choose. Like she's so cute. They're both so cute. They're both.
Yeah, and it's like dude, you were told you don't.
Well,
What
he
do you
wasn't
mean? Who?
told then. At the point, like they've confessed to him, and he's like, and then it's like, I don't know how to do this. I don't know who to pick.
Mhm.
Find out after this commercial break, and then Cinderella's like, I'll kick your ass. I'm like, it's so fun. I just I love that they like lean into the fact that it's like the fourth ball breaking
Yeah,
with it. It's been pretty
and they
good.
lean into their trope a bit.
Yeah. Well, you kind of have to, right? And he's like, I'll give
Yeah,
you an answer tomorrow. And he's like, how do I? And then when he finds out that the one's gonna die if he doesn't date them,
yeah.
he's like,
This has become a very difficult
he's like,
situation.
how am I supposed to pick? And then he's
You're
like,
not.
oh, I know what to do. And he's like, turns down both of them and then date them in secret. He's like, there's no way I can date them without them knowing about finding out about each other. Like they're in the same
Yeah.
class, and
Also, they know they're love rivals at the moment,
yeah,
so
exactly.
they'd be very sketchy about it.
Yeah, the fighting over the first kiss was absolutely hilarious. Episode 2.
Hmm.
I feel sorry for all the other girlfriends who don't give him a chance at his first kiss. If that will
Yeah,
upset
by the
them.
time they get to the last one, it's like you get to be the 17th child.
Oh my god. I just imagine the like because I know it's like it's funny because they're in high school or whatever, but like
Yeah, but like in adulthood,
yeah,
having a harem of women,
a
even if they
hundred
each
women.
had one child, it'd be like, okay, we have two. I need to own a whole.
You need to have literally own an apartment building basically.
Exactly. Oh, who pays rent here? No one. Every single apartment has them.
I mean, if you split the rent 100
Oh yeah,
ways,
money wouldn't be a problem. I mean, when you have that many people, I mean, you're making money.
maybe I don't know if he's actually. I don't know how much money he would make, but like, but
I don't know. I
all the
think if you have
characters seem to
200
have.
people living, oh,
Honestly,
go on.
as like a realistic situation, I think it's not feasible at all. Like you said, 100 people.
I feel like it would have to be a cult thing where, like, you know how the cult leaders why it'd have to be something like that where they're just submissive and like I give my life up to you, which is not a way to live. But I don't think that's the way this one's gonna handle it. I would hope. I think
No,
it's gonna be
but
much more wholesome and cute.
I do wonder, like, what's he gonna do? Because they're gonna want to, like, that's the thing. They're gonna want to sleep with
What's she gonna
him, and
do?
it's like, how do you
Yeah.
get 100 girls to sleep with one guy?
Have
It's
you seen
possible.
the picture of him laying there and
Oh, laying there, and
your head on him? Have
you
you
cut
seen that
out.
one? Oh, have you seen the picture of him laying down and his legs spiral out like a hypnotizing thing swirl, and each girl's got their head on his legs?
Oh my god, that's nuts.
Let me see the picture because it's not a spoiler or anything. It's just really cute.
100 girls. It has been funny how, like, he's like, I have to stay here too, and Hikari's always like, he doesn't want to dump me. I'm so happy. And Kaoru's like, but why? Do you for real? This is okay with you? Kaoru just seems to be like, just trying to find any reason she can to like cut Hikari loose.
Hmm.
But Hikari's got like this, like she'd do anything for him, anything,
Yeah. Anything.
like literally anything to be with him, and it's oh my god.
Oh no! Someone made a fan story called "The Elite," and it's like with douchebags. That's not what I want. I was looking for this picture and that popped up.
It's fine.
Let's see.
If I'm being 100% honest, I don't want to think about it like in a realistic sense because there's no way this situation would ever happen. It would require so
Yeah,
much
not in a fun
ridiculousness.
way, at least.
No,
Here we go. Look at look at this picture. This is how I imagine they sleep.
where'd you put it?
I just put it in meme trash because that's where it popped me.
There's only 12 of them. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an earlier chapter. Uh, but I just imagine like every time a new girl gets added, his legs are, and by the end, a huge loop de loop.
This is spread his legs and then make like I don't, like that's what I mean. Like when you get to 100, how do you do this?
Yeah, exactly. Then you get a really big loop de loop, like a Cinnabon swirl, and each row is more.
I don't even know if I'm gonna
Pentagon.
be honest with you. I don't even know if they're gonna get to 100.
I don't even know if the mangas are gonna get to 100, let alone anime.
Yeah, the anime for
Unless the
sure
anime
only
time
has
skips to the
but I
very
think it
end.
has 5 voice credits for the girls.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, if you're gonna do this right, to give each one time, you can't just be like, "Oh, he was 6 in this episode." Like, I don't care about the characters then.
Yeah, there's only 2 more for the anime. It looks like, except for Friend A. I think I definitely think that
Hmm.
Friend A is one because the god specifically says, and I quote, 100 soulmates. He says
Hmm.
girlfriends, but the god says perfect romantic partners. Never
the,
specifically
the
says
98 girlfriends and 2 boyfriends.
there could be boyfriends. That's all I'm saying.
There could be dogs. We don't know what he's into.
Dogs, I don't think so. But
I would hope not.
Shizuka's really cute.
The 95 girlfriends, 4 boyfriends, and a fish.
Yes. My
I will now
boyfriend,
proceed to make love
his
to this
60
fish.
his 68 wives. And that meme, just imagine the bed just like eternally long. Uh Themes paranormal, school, comedy, romance. Oh. It's not always funny though.
What's not?
The show, it's not
Having 99 spouses?
it's
I
not
mean,
always funny.
I don't think a comedy needs to always be funny have that tag. I think if the goal is to be lighthearted and tell jokes and stuff, then it's all right, even if there are dramatic or even action scenes and stuff. At
I
least in my
mean,
opinion.
all the drama is based around romance and the liking,
Yeah.
the like. So I don't think it's completely lost what it's doing. Okay, I think yeah, Vexations of the Shadow Vampire is also really good. That was the last one. Besides Zom 100, which hasn't aired in like weeks.
Yeah. There's some shit going on there, and I hope it gets fixed because it's such a great series. I want it to get the respect it deserves, and it's hard for fans to follow along with this. They're falling off because look at all the other animes we just talked about this season. It has some competition.
Yeah, I don't even know if Zom 100 is gonna be in my top 10
Yeah.
so far. Like, I mean, 16-bit sensation, unless it drops the ball like halfway or three-quarters of the way through.
Hmm.
I think it could be one of my top ones. Um, like, can I just air by this year? What I watched this year? All filters. Start dates 2023, end dates 2023. Apply. I should get a list. Um, let's see. Bang Dream. Um, Dream. It's my go. It's pretty good. I watched 32 so far this season. There's other stuff I might pick up. Like there's specials coming too, like Dropkick. I mean, Shin-chan Dropkick. That's a OVA though, and the Spy Family movie. The Quintuplet special's apparently out. So is the Sailor Moon movie, but I haven't watched it yet.
Hmm.
Um,
There's a new Dragon Ball anime coming season. Woo!
is there really? Does it matter?
Yeah, it's a new original one though. It's not. I think you'd actually like it because it's got Toriyama's actual art style again, instead of just the one that Toei's been using for all of Super and part of GT. Um, the entire world gets turned into kids again, so they all have their designs as like this as of Super, although it takes place in between Z and Super, and they're all like almost chibified, so they look like Blue Dragon, uh, like style, and young kids from
Hmm.
Dragon Quest. So the designs are really cute. Um, I don't know. It seems like wholesome fun. I'm kind of excited for it. At first, I was like, "Oh, really? We're doing the Goku's a kid arc again?" But it seems everyone on the world in the world, and maybe even off planet, new original characters and villains. Everyone's coming
We'll
back. It
see.
looks cute.
We'll see. As long as it's not like a million episodes and full of filler like the other
No,
one.
luckily it's none of that shit.
Tomo-chan is gonna be hard to top.
Yeah,
I love Mizuzu so much.
she do be cute.
Safe Surf Son, don't worry, guys.
Worry anyway.
She even has like a that's the thing about her. She's never like obscene or anything. Like she doesn't wear like
No,
lewd stuff. So and
it's all in her head. She doesn't let you see the lewd stuff.
yes. We match. Honestly.
There's a lot going on in that head.
I love Gundam so much. She's gonna be so hard to top character wise. She might be my top character of the year.
Even more than PA-san?
Pieson, well, it was also last year, but
Was it already?
yes, it was the last season of. It was fall.
Oh, I thought it was
Yeah, it was not.
spring.
It was not spring or winter. It was fall. Of but
Oh,
Gunda. I know we're never gonna get more Tomo stuff, but I absolutely love this.
what if?
What if though? I just want more
Yeah.
Mizuzu. That's all I want in my life. She's the best.
Man, what a deal. You can get each Metal Gear Solid remake of the first three for $20, or you could pay 60 to get the exact same thing.
I already pre-ordered it. So sorry, I'm part of the problem. I've already paid for it. It's
I
just not
mean,
here yet.
okay, I was gonna say I was like, but it came out already. But yeah, if you got the digital,
No, I didn't buy digital. I bought it physical. It's just not here yet. But I mean, like, I also
I
have
want to get it,
this.
but I don't have the money at the moment to
I
splurge
also
on
have
that. I
this
already
one
got.
that's still
Ooh.
sealed.
I just got Alan Wake and Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion today, so
Cookies.
yeah,
Uh,
it finally came to console after
I don't
like
know.
a
So you're gonna have
decade.
to catch up on some animes, since you know what the best ones of the year are, because we're going to do that
Yeah.
before the end of the year, or actually probably the start of next year when they're all done. After
Mm.
games. Ugh. But I am starting to need to use the washroom, and I think we're good on time today. Unless you want to go
Yeah,
through
I
the
mean,
new releases while I run to the bathroom quick. If anything really cool caught your eye, because I really
I
need to
could do
go
that.
now. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. So let's see. Should we do new releases or coming soon? Let's just go over the new releases to start. Do 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 do. Good music. All right. So this week we got Stray Souls. I'm gonna try to do the spooky ones first because it's that time of the year. Stray Souls and Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion HD renovations. So with Spookies, it had been trying to get on the console since like 2017, I want to say, something like that. And they finally got it through. It was supposed to be on the Xbox One, and it made it to the Xbox Series 6 years later. Um, Very cute game. Uh, I would recommend it. It's not what you think it is. You got to survive going 1,000 rooms up to break the curse and get out of this spooky mansion. And it starts with some like wooden scares where they just come around the corner on like a tiny switch. So it's like, oh, ooh, spooky, you got me. But then as you start going through floors, you start to actually see some crazy shit. Definitely a cute, fun one. I'd recommend it. Stray Souls looked pretty interesting. That one just had a trailer recently. I'm not fully sure on the premise. It looks like you're trying to save your family from a creature and then save yourself. It looked pretty decently good graphically, for being an indie game with not a lot of backing. So here's hoping. Uh, Apparently it's got randomized systems for like enemy encounters, the items, the weather, and like weird stuff that'll spawn for spooks. So who knows? It's got combat and puzzles, and I think it looks interesting. I'm hoping, uh, for good things because it did kind of look like jerky camera a bit and some goofy animations. But it's also that type of game. It's $30. It's a small team working on it. So we'll hope for the best. Hortale 2 just came, which, if you've been scrolling through the coming soon, you may notice the bunny mask game. I don't know a lot about this one. The art style reminds me of Borderlands 1 because it's got a bit of cell shading and wackiness to it, but not quite as heavy, at least on the characters. The backgrounds still look a bit cell shaded and janky. It kind of looks like a 360 game. I'm not 100% sure, but it looks cute. It's small, and I know there's a mobile game of it. So if you're looking for a cheap horror game, could be fun to play on Halloween with some. Uh, we were just talking about it, but Metal Gear Solid just came out. Not much to say about that. That hasn't been said a million times. Buy it and have fun. Ghost Runner 2 came out, or at least the uh, the special edition did. That came out a few days early because I think it officially comes out tomorrow. And the first one was fun. I'd heard some rough things about this one, so I might say wait for, reviews. But if you love the first one, you're probably going to enjoy the second one. It looks like it's improved on a lot of things. It seems to even have vehicles. Didn't expect to see motorcycles this time around. But yeah, wall running, stabbing boys, the usual fun shenanigans with this guy. All right, let's see. Hotline Miami did come 1 and 2 and election. Um, I feel like I know one of them was on PlayStation, but only one of them. And I don't know if they were ever on Xbox. I don't think they were until now. Um, so yeah, definitely fun games. A bit late to the party, but who knows if that means there's more coming soon from them, or well, I don't know what's going on. But it's Devolver Digital. So it's hard to go. Quick rundown of recent games. Before I go to the coming soon, we've got Hot Wheels Unleashed 2, Endless Dungeon, Bish Bash Bots, Animal Hospital, The Gap, Gargoyles. Our buddies over at the Pinball Group released a banger after banger. They released The Mummy. We also have Jujubos, the new Jackbox Party, the Hellboy game that we were kind of looking. Inescapable, which looks pretty cool. It looks kind of like it's going to be Danganronpa, but with a different studio. The art style is similar, but definitely toned down and not quite as over the top and dumb. I mean, I love Danganronpa, but the the characters just keep getting dumber and dumber. The third one was the worst in terms of design. It's too silly. This one, the idea is you are on an island with a reality, um, and you were kidnapped and put there with 9 other strangers. Um, and when you leave, you'll get $500,000. But there's no rules on the island, and you can't leave. So you can do whatever you want. It's like the Purge, except you're being filmed, and you don't exactly get to choose. Uh, there's one more I just passed. Endless Dungeon. I don't know if I said that one. Oh, the Ultimate Games Bundle. Only $290. If you want a bunch of indie games that I would price on. Let's go to coming soon. Let's see. Hero Survival. Alan Wake 2. Is that one tomorrow or the day after? Isn't today the 25th? Yeah, Friday. Oh, can't wait for Friday for that. Got Headbangers and RoboCop coming. I forget if I think Headbangers is coming straight to Game Pass. It's a Rhythm Royale. It hasn't really shown us what that means. I think it's just rhythm-based minigames with pigeons. Looks fun. Hopefully it's good. Fusion Paradox and Roller Coaster Tycoon Adventures Deluxe. Wizardry School Escape Room. God, it even has the Harry Potter font for the word Wizardry School. Yikes. If you want to play a fun escape challenge, which I don't know why it's I don't know why it's labeled under that, but the save room, which is basically Resident Evil 4 inventory simulator, it's actually very fun. Already said Robocop. Talos Principle 2 is coming. A very intense puzzle, and I don't know if I want to say it's like I can't think of the word. No, I can't think of it. I'm losing my mind. Uh, Very thought provoking. It's the it's kind of experience that just makes you get very introspective. That's the word I was trying to think of. Jesus, it's very introspective and geez, 70 gigs. Um, it just it's like humanity's gone and everything is like very beautiful. Um, Apparently, if you pre-order it, you also get a copy of the original game. It's nice. The Invincible's coming, and Jumanji, and another terrible uh, all-star racing game from a company that's really just trying to make money and shallowly throwing their properties in. So we got DreamWorks. I mean, I don't really know what there is to say. We were talking about it earlier. It's got some characters you may know and love. You know, it's got Poe, Tigress, Shrek, Fiona, Puss in Boots, Hiccup and Astrid, and the best, Boss Baby. And you get to drive around on 20 tracks. I have no idea what the locations could possibly be besides like New York in Madagascar and New York from Boss Baby and Far Far Away with and whatever the Asian town is, Panda. Like, there's not a lot of memorable locations, but if you enjoy the properties, you'll probably have a good time. Although I can't recommend
Nugs.
it for the graphics alone because it looks like a 360 game. What happened?
Nugs.
You got
Dinner's here,
nugs?
so yeah, nugs are here.
Nice.
Ugh.
I was just going over new releases and the coming soon stuff. Uh, yeah,
What'd
I
you
got up
get?
to the fair. I was gonna stop around there.
What were you talking about?
Um,
360 graphics, I heard.
oh, DreamWorks All-Star Kart Racing. Like looking at the pictures, it doesn't look terribly great. Some of them look like Xbox One era. Some of them look like Xbox 360. Um, I don't exactly know who this game is for. I mean, the kids you could say it's for, but the characters alone aren't going to get them to play it, and the mechanics are not going to be as good as something like Mario Kart. So I don't know. It's going to be hard to draw except the very dedicated kart racers and or Shrek cult lovers. Look at them pitches. Pretty. There's a decapitated dragon head on the
Hmm.
cart. Love to see it. Big brain, mega mind. I wonder if it'll have voice acting.
I mean, it's cheap.
Yeah,
It's got
and
split
it is both
screen, which is
local
nice.
and online. Yeah. Troll as race hosts. Oh, trolls as race hosts and power ups. Poppy Branch, Barb, Cooper, and I have no idea what the trolls are. I don't know any of these names.
This is
They're
a, I
hosts
didn't
and
watch it, but like, yeah, I heard it
yeah,
was good, but
they're little
whatever.
pink and blue people.
You know, like
I
the toy.
remember. Yeah. Um. Yeah, we sold some of their stuff at Toys R Us way back when. I didn't realize they were still relevant because I haven't seen or heard from them in so long.
They had a movie.
Yeah, but that wasn't recent, was it? I thought it was like 7 or 8 years back.
Wasn't that only a couple years ago?
I don't know. I'll Google it because I'm curious.
I mean, it's trolls. Whatever.
Oh, so there was a 2016 one, which is the one I was thinking of.
Hmm.
Then there was a 2021 called Trolls World Tour. And now there's one this year coming on the 17th of November called Trolls Band Together. So every 3 or 4 years they seem to release. So I guess it is relevant.
More trolls.
More trolls. Jeez, they are horrifying looking at this trailer.
Anyway,
Oh
what's
God.
next?
Uh, Not much. I'll stop at this next one because it goes to the fifth, which is already past what we were gonna do. The Invincible. Um, I feel
Oh,
like I remember this game. What?
yeah, I looked at this one.
Oh, you did?
There's a physical for it, actually.
Oh, Very cool.
It's kind of sci-fi-y.
Yeah. It says it's rated M, but it's only got strong language. And we've seen rated T games before. So I think we've seen rated E 10 plus
They
with
ripped
that.
that dude's arm off.
That'll grow back. It's fine.
Yeah, it's like you go. Yeah, it's one of those adventure type games.
Yeah.
It looks interesting.
I also love that we're getting another Jumanji game. Like, not only did no one ask for another Jumanji movie, like, hear me out. What about a game with The Rock and Jack Black? Let's do it.
Um, what's Manji?
What's
I
what?
forgot it was an A, not a
Oh, and Jumanji.
Manji.
Jumanji. Jumanji.
Request a re- I'm sorry. Request a refund for digital game shows up when I search up 2 months. I mean, you could make a good one, but like,
You
I
definitely
mean,
could. I just,
the first new Jumanji movie was pretty funny.
yeah.
I went to go see it with my friend from Japan when she was in town. She had a lot of
That's
fun.
nice. That sounds like a good time. Yeah, the first one looked interesting. I don't know what the
With
sequel's
Jack
gonna be
Black
though.
and The Rock
Yeah,
and this the Jack Black is possessed by basically they get sucked into the game and it's like an Atari 2600 game
yeah,
and the girl's playing Jack Black. Jack
yeah. Like everyone's
she then
playing
goes to
each
go to the
other.
bathroom. It's like, look, check out. This is like it's so funny.
It's crazy. And our homies who make the pinball games, not only did they just release one, but there's another one coming.
Is a spooky
You're not
themed
gonna
one?
believe it. Yeah, they had the Mummy, and this one coming up is Halloween pin.
Halloween pinball. Every month, get a new pinball game.
Oh, look at the spooky aesthetic they added. You've got like a poster that says werewolf on it, and candles, and a lamp on the wall that's like, taking up very little space, but it's still there. The pinball game itself looks interesting. I like the board. It's still this brick room. So it's kind of like, oh, guys, you
The
dressed up for the,
bricks,
the season.
the brick doesn't even look very brick-like, but whatever. What matters is the pinball.
Yeah. And for what it is, it looks like a cute little pinball board. I have no idea how the game plays, so I can't tell you if it plays as well as it looks. But it looks like it could be
I
fun.
mean, they make one every month, basically, at least one.
Yeah.
So, and it's always like 350 or three something. Like it's only a few dollars. So
Yeah. Which is never terrible. I just can't imagine paying that every few days or every week or so to get a new one. But maybe I'm just not hardcore pin enough. Leave a comment below,
I
hardcore
mean,
pinball.
if we're being honest here, it's less than playing a real pinball machine
Yeah, going to the
a
arcade
couple
is more
times.
expensive, to be honest.
So I understand it. I understand.
Yeah. That's why people thought arcades were going to die off. They're like, the whole console experience is too much cheap. How will they survive? And it's like,
Because being able to go out and meet people.
yeah, the social feeling is just much different. Even though it's a bit more expensive and the games aren't quite as quality because they're basically made to steal your money, it's still fun to do that with friends. And there's something about trying to leave that score on the leaderboard. And even though there's leaderboards, obviously, on games at home, you don't get that smug satisfaction of seeing when you go back someone else's scores of like not being able to reach you or seeing someone's face when they see your score and you're like, hell yeah, I spent $48 doing that last week. Look at it.
That's if they don't turn off the game at night,
Yeah, exactly.
or the game doesn't. No, you're no. It's funny. It's true though. Score tag games are weird. Score tag games don't really exist in the same way they used to. They do still exist, and a lot of modes have like a scoring aspect to
Yeah.
them. But
Some even let you save your stuff to like a username. Like I remember there's a racing game where you put in a password pad, and you could like load your data 4 times in other arcades into the game, and I was like, hell yeah! I've got like my little car I've pimped out and modified over the years.
Mhm.
It was cute. And I know there's a Mario Kart that you can play while sitting in the chair,
Mhm.
and that's fun because you get to see in real time the guy in the shell, and the 4 people watching get to see too. Plus, there are certain things you just can't get at home as in space. Like, sure,
Bitch.
you can play DDR at home, but a squishy map dancing and playing will make
Unless
the
you have a
thing
hard
move and
map,
stick to your
but they
feet.
like take up a lot of space.
Yeah, they're also very expensive. At the Boys and Girls Club when I grew up, we used to have one there, 2 hard mats. I used to live on that thing. I play Guitar Hero at the same time too. I doubt I'm dexterous enough to play DDR days, let alone that and Guitar Hero at the same time.
Used to be a guy at a local movie theater. Talking about DDR. So used to be a guy who come to the local movie theater, and he was an amputee. He only had one leg, and
Uh-huh.
he played with his crutches and his one leg. No one could beat this
Did he
guy.
kill it?
No one could
Hell
beat
yeah.
this guy.
Oh, dude, I love that.
He's
I'm
like,
happy
he
for
was
him.
so ridiculously good. It's like absolutely insanity how good this guy
I want to
was.
believe that's how he made his paycheck. Like he'd be like, "Oh, I'm not very good. I guess we could play for money," and then he'd just go off and fucking just totally scam all crazy. He's got no legs. It'll be easy to
He's only
beat
got
him,
one
bro.
leg.
Easiest
He only
move to
had
make
one
this
leg.
week.
Yeah.
What you gonna do? Use his
He
hands?
honestly, if I'm being 100% honest, the guy was actually quick on his crutches. Like,
I
um,
bet he had to be. Yeah.
no, like I mean, just even just moving, like
Yeah.
outside, like he could get from his car to the door in like half the time it take you. He would,
You could run
okay,
faster than me.
yeah,
He was
basically,
missing
what he
limbs.
would do is he'd like lean hard forward and like put the crutches out like as far as he could go and just throw himself. So he'd like thrust his leg forward, just it's like instead of taking a stride like we take strides, just like whoomp, whoomp, and it's like one of his strides would be like two of mine. Like he was a
That's
tall
great.
dude, so it's just like just watch him like rip on these crutches, and I'm like, this man, he should be on a poster somewhere. Losing a leg is not the end. Look at this man
It's
go.
only the beginning.
Basically, yeah. It's like you can come back from anything. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I mean. Talking about DDR. That's the first guy I think of. Like he lives on in my memory. I'm sure it lives on in the memories of other people.
Oh yeah.
Like it's not often you see someone who has a handicap like that and just
Yeah, and is still
is
able to
is just
not
as
not only live but thrive.
yeah, he's literally just as agile as a regular person without. So
Yeah.
my hats off to him. I never actually like talked to him because like you could never
Mhm.
get close because when he was like there's
He's
just
far
like
too cool.
crowd. There's a crowd. There's always a huge crowd around this guy whenever he's at the machine. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like you are correct though. There's other there's other aspects of arcades that you can't get at home, like having the added pressure or excitement of just being out with people and wanting to not be shown up, and it's just for fun. It's just fun.
Yeah.
I've never really had the like arcade with people experience as much.
Do you mean like others or do you mean like friends?
I mean, most of the time we'd end up going to an arcade or whatever. It would be like just a group of my friends or people just like going out with like random, like meeting random people at the arcade. Not an
Hmm.
experience I really had. because I'm always with someone else, and I'm
Yeah,
I'm the
I
kind of
mean,
guy who will like just do whatever other people want to do when I'm out,
yeah.
not be.
Years ago, I used to go on like Ware's Beach when we would go up to New Hampshire and go to the arcade on the pier there, and that was. But recently, I mean, 2019, I was going with coworkers and friends to Dave and Buster's because it was down the street from us, and then COVID happened. I haven't seen any of them, and I have not been to an arcade since then, and it kills me inside because it was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Dave
yeah.
and Buster's was
A
great
lot of
with the
the
little
there
credit
was a
card.
cool arcade downtown Toronto that closed, unfortunately.
Uh-huh. I
They
don't
had
say
like
the
all sorts
arcade is
of
always
like
cool.
cool Japanese games and stuff, but it was actually before COVID because you can't they don't want you to spoof the services or whatever. Because
Hmm.
new games are like basically online DRM'd.
Yeah. There is a cool one I had looked up. I forget the name of it at the moment, but you basically go in and you pay like 15 or 20 bucks, and then you can play as much as you want for the
Oh,
night.
the one in Chicago?
Like, well, there's one actually near me in Massachusetts. Um, and you can go in, you obviously pay for this part, get drinks, beers, alcohol, uh, food. So you can actually just have a whatever, and then you've already paid to play any of the games they have there. And they have everything from arcade machines to consoles and, the little private room where you play with people. It seemed like a really cool thing. It was almost like an arcade manga cafe, but with video games instead, where it's like, here, you got a section, do whatever fuck you want. You paid already. I'm out. It's like,
Yeah,
okay.
my buddy who was over on Monday was talking about a place in Chicago that was in a warehouse
Ooh,
that had like it was like 25 bucks or something, and it was like you could play all day. You could even leave and come back, and it wasn't a big deal. Like, so you could go get food or
that's
whatever.
cool.
But and it's like all sorts of things. It's got new stuff, old stuff, and there's
This is what it was. Free play bar arcade. I don't know if that's what it's called there,
I have no idea. I just
but
know that it's like it's kind of like a museum. I think they said AVGN did a video on it, but I
oh,
don't know.
cool.
Or James Rolfe went. Not as the
Let's
nerd.
see. You got to be 21 or older to get in. Always unlimited free play on all. $7 fee at the door. 12 Friday, Saturday. This one's no re-entry, no weapons allowed, no outside food. Thank God, no smoking or vaping. You can do it on the outside patio. No professional video or photography. No backpacks, large bags, or luggage, but all bags are subject to search. And then they're
No
open like,
drugs, mother. Don't let you
yeah,
bring
they're
in
open
your own
like
drinks.
7 p.m. until 1 a.m. And then some days they're open 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. So this is the place for the homies. Oh, they even have a list of the games. Alien Extermination, Area 51, Arkanoid,
Was
Cocktail
that
version.
OG Area 51?
Yeah, two Arctic Thunders, Asteroids, Berserk, Street Fighter, Third Strike, Candy Cab, and Marvel vs. Capcom 2 Candy Cab, Big Buck, Hunter Safari. Yo, they got Blitz 99 and Burger Time. And Castlevanias,
Blitz
Hellkeys.
99. That's a
Yeah, that actually
throwback.
gets me hyped. Four Cruise and Exoticas, a Crazy Taxi Sit Down, Dig Dug, a couple of Donkey Kongs, Double Dragon and Dr. Mario, two Fast and Furious Superbikes. I like that they specify so you know you can play with Frogger, Dragon's Lair, Food Fight, Galaga, Galaxian, Gauntlet, Dark Legacy, Golden Tee 2020, House of the Dead, Two Hydro Thunders, Ice Climbers Red Tent, Joust, Mappy Cocktail,
Carnival?
Marble
Do they have
Madness.
Carnival?
God, I wish. I used to play that at my Laser Zone.
Carnival is a game that is very interesting, kind of cool, and was one of Midway's best
I
uh,
love that game.
rail shooter games. Only playable now,
Oh,
basically on an emulator.
I love that as I'm just looking by. Oh, I gotta be. I see Nintendo Super System, and I'm just thinking that's a weird name for a game. Uh, oh my God, Space Invaders and Spy Hunter. They got a lot of really good shit. Tekken 3 and 5, Terminator Salvation, Tetris, Time Crisis, six-player X-Men, and then they got a bunch of pinballs listed, Classic and Stern Insider Connected. and then Rhythm Games and more. See DDR Extreme, Stepmania X, Sound Voltex, Chunifium, two of them, Waka, Jubeat, free air hockey tables, a Chex bubble hockey, foosball, free ice ball lanes, and a photo booth. This place is stacked.
I mean, if it's $7 for unlimited play,
Yeah,
but you have to leave, can't leave. You can't run
yeah.
away.
But even if you did have to leave, the idea that you could come back and just pay another, it's like, oh
I mean, it's not terrible.
yeah,
It's a lot of stuff, though.
yeah. I feel like that'd be because it's open like late until very late. So if you go there after work with like 5 p.m. on a Friday and stay until 1 or 2 a.m., like that $7 is getting you more than $1 per hour. Like you're
And they've
getting your
got
money's
snacks in a
worth.
washroom, so you'll be good.
Yeah,
You could just snack in the
exactly.
washroom all the time.
Order some drinks,
Yo,
get some chips. Yeah,
salsa.
apparently it's only 21 and older, so they know their vibe.
Oh,
It's not
no
like,
babies allowed.
yeah, I was gonna say, no little kids, it's late, so like the come vibe and chill. Uh,
Oh, you probably set
oh,
it that
good.
way up because then you don't have to deal with minors being in there with liquor. And
Exactly.
because if you have
And
arcade machines and stuff, you're liable if someone gives it to a minor.
exactly.
So
Plus, if you're going to be open that late, you don't have to worry about, you know, kids getting left there, parents having to deal with that stuff. It's like, no, they're adults. If time's up, they can leave. They can do their own thing. It's
it's
not our
last
problem.
call. It's video game o'clock, son.
Hopefully, it means the machines and stuff aren't also covered in suspicious liquids. They still could
I
be.
would
There's some
still
nasty
take
acid. How
honestly, after COVID, I would still take like sanitizing wipes with me.
Oh, 1,000%. Like even as a kid, I loved arcades, but I was like, these are gonna be touched by so many people. That's gross. After COVID, I'm like, yo, hold up, homie, let me wash the machine down before I use
Yeah,
it.
like just wipe down all the buttons and stuff before you
Yeah,
do anything. Yeah, I would.
yeah. Even without COVID, people are nasty,
No,
and
I
you
completely
go
agree. That was the thing. Like even I'd always wash my hands after going to the arcade.
exactly. Because I was always like, oh man, this is fun, but I see the 6 people waiting to play behind me, and the 6 people that were in front of me before I played. I don't want to catch whatever they got, even if it's just the ugly. I'm not trying to catch it.
Yeah,
I think that's the most funny and eye-opening thing I've seen. Whenever I'm like, oh, I don't want to get sick. Why are you worried about COVID? I'm like, I'm not. I just don't like being sick in general. Someone's like, it's
yeah,
just a cold. I'm like, yeah, but having a cold sucks.
yeah.
I
Being
hate not
sick
being
in
able to
general
breathe when I'm
sucks. I hate
sleeping.
it. Yeah, not
Yeah.
being able to
Oh,
breathe, waking up. Uh,
yeah, the gross like feeling in the back of your throat when you want to
honestly,
clear
whenever
it, but it hurts.
whenever I deal with the general public now, it's mask,
Yeah,
and I have hand sanitizer and sanitizing wipes handy always. And
yeah,
it's
and I
probably
don't
gonna be
care
the
what
way it
people
is.
say.
It's probably be the way it
Yeah,
is until the end of time. And I
for
know
real.
some people are gonna be like, "That's overkill, so whatever." But it's like this is the world we live in, man. Like
Yeah,
I
well, that's the thing. When I see
I now
public
have
transportation,
yeah
and like people, especially in Japan, wear masks out of politeness. People laugh at it here, and I'm like, dude, do you know how many people are constantly sick on the public, transits? I'm not saying you have to be scared for your life. I'm just saying, do you want to be sick? If no is the answer, why not wear a mask? It's super easy and it's super polite. Like I hate to walk by someone who's hacking up a storm and they're just coughing open mouth into the air, and it's like, well, now, yeah, like the kid one where like, and like no mouth, closed, blocked, coughing openly into people's faces. I feel guilty doing that shit because like I don't want to get people sick when I'm sick, and I sure as hell don't want to get sick from some other guy. Uh, I feel like it's just common courtesy.
yeah. I don't blame you.
Thank you.
Crazy. Anyway, I think
Oh,
that was about it. There was nothing else besides pinball. Pinball
yeah, I think that's how we
and
got in
Alan
this too.
Wake
Just
2. That's
talking about
out like
paintball.
Alan Wake 2
Yeah,
and what was that
the
other game?
Friday.
The
Uh,
finals
Ghost Hunter. Oh, that's right, Ghost Hunter. I mean, yeah, the finals is coming out.
tomorrow.
I need, I need to see if that's somewhere on the store here. Let's
It's the
see.
finals, right?
I believe so. Uh, Typing in the finals gives me a lot of BattleBots
Found
and
it.
Ninja vs. Ninja and other things that says,
Found it.
you mean these finals?
The
Yeah, I
finals
found it too.
beta.
Oh, there's two. Oh, it's just currently not available. Yeah, there's the beta and the
48
standard
player
one.
online? What?
So if there's teams of three like we saw,
Ugh.
what is that? 14 teams? No,
Well,
16 teams. Because 15 and 3 is 45. And then one more would be 48. Oh, look at the address. Kungstaraja Saskaten 16 Stockholm, Stockholm 1 or 7 Sweden. I don't know what that is or why that's there, especially Korean. But like it's decently small too for what it is. 12 gigs. And I know that
hmm.
might not sound small to people, but shit, Fortnite's like 85 gigs. Warzone's like 140.
Why does it say Xbox One on the limit? Yeah, I think that's placeholder stuff because this is Xbox One and there's no
Yeah.
Xbox One version of this. I was like, how would you get this game to run at 60 FPS plus on Xbox One?
How would you get it to run on Xbox One, period?
I
Let
think
alone
it'd be
ray tracing
possible to get it
60
to
FPS.
run, but I feel like 60 FPS is a must for a game, I
Yeah.
guess.
Well, you could definitely get it to run, but I mean, the what we saw, you definitely have to bot down.
Yeah, being able to blow up floors and
Yeah. Because I remember Battlefield did some of that, and it ran on the Xbox One, and the graphics weren't this good.
no. I love the Panda Man though.
Yeah.
Can I
I
be
love
Panda
how
Man?
like angular his head is.
It's done that way on purpose, obviously.
Yeah.
Like it's a low poly model, but it's not.
Yeah. But like everything else is perfectly, up to date graphically. It's just the head.
Yeah, it's a mask. It's probably on purpose, and
Yeah.
I kind of like it.
Because if you look at the pictures, it's not like they're all like that. It's definitely just the aesthetic of that
It's that
skin and
mask, that hat. Yeah,
yeah.
the low poly's cool.
I do like the
Anyway,
lighting shots too. If it looks anywhere close to this, it's gonna be a pretty game. First Descendants was pretty too,
it
but
was
a different
pretty,
kind of
but it
pretty.
also kind of fell apart in motion.
Yeah, but that's also because it was like that over the top Korean beauty kind of thing, in my opinion, where it's like soft white skin, everyone looks like they're a supermodel. This one looks pretty for a video game, as in like it looks smooth and pretty. I'm hoping it looks anywhere close to that. I'm not expecting it to look one to one at all, but
We'll
yeah,
see.
moving platforms, zip lines, jump pads, and more. Career weapon and gadget progress will be reset after the beta. Battle Pass rewards are permanent and do carry over to the official game when it goes live, though. So they're doing a free Battle Pass,
Yeah, it's
and then
probably
you
a
get
free
to
to
do
play
stuff.
game, but that's a lot of
Yeah.
Nexons.
Sending canisters of gas and goo through the air, burst through windows. I do appreciate the dynamic tools. Build your contestant with a wild combination of looks, abilities, accessories, weapons, and gadgets. So you will get abilities. It looked like there was class-specific stuff we were talking about. Crash through walls, ceilings, destroy everything and anything. Build bridges and barricades in this fast-paced, high-stakes fight for fame. Very cool. Well, next week we'll be able to tell you what that was, and I'll be able to tell you how. I mean, the viewers, not you specifically. I'm not going to spoil and ruin the game. Hey, dude, did you know that? Blah
I
blah
can't
blah.
download it yet.
Yeah, same here. I wonder if it goes live.
It says pre-order, but I'm like, what?
Yeah,
I thought it was
like
gonna
you
be
said,
free
it
to
must be
play.
a lot of placeholder stuff.
Yeah.
Because there's two. There's the beta, and then there's the game itself. It does say cross-platform multiplayer, so I
Well,
wonder
it's
if that'll
Nexon.
be.
That's Nexon for you. It should be on PS5. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't. It would be on PC for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's definitely PC and Xbox communication too. Wonder if it would come to the Switch. Switch 2.
Yeah, maybe.
I like that Typing in the finals also had a bunch of Final Fantasy stuff.
It's not on the PC store though.
Interesting.
The final season of The Walking Dead showed up. A lot of Final Fantasy
Yeah,
stuff.
I
The
saw a
final
bunch of that too, and I
evolution
was
of
like, "Oh."
Deer.
Some soccer game. It's party sports football. It's not even close to final.
Yep.
I'm curious. The finals video game. Yeah, PS5, Series X, Series S, and Microsoft Windows. The
Yep.
finals release date is expected in late 2023, following successful beta test back in March of 2020.
I don't remember hearing about it March 2023.
Neither do I. Free-to-play based title is going for bombastic, destructive levels reminiscent of Battlefield. Embark Studios is apparently the guys working on it. Let's see, the game's looking to bring back the classic only in Battlefield moments that have been longing for fans who played Battlefield 2042's It has a strong chance to be in our best PS5 games and best Xbox FPS games.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, apparently the current beta they were talking about, and there was a successful one back in March, and apparently now the first time I've even heard. Hmm. The game could launch on PC right now. It plays so well. Uh-huh. Yeah, that didn't happen. We haven't seen the console versions yet, so it's currently unknown if Embark plans to launch those at the same time or not. Let's see. 12 players total on this tight close quarters map that goes to grab boxes, deposit them. You can flatten entire buildings, structures, and more for explosives and gadgets. Bark is a number of former Battlefield developers, and the destruction is extremely reminiscent of the series. So yeah, Embark Studios is the one that's making it. Nexon's just publishing it, and apparently that one's filled with ex Battlefield guys, which explains why it looks so
Mm.
similar and why it probably is running so well.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a video of this player created a chair. Let me see this. So we blew this entire building wide open. Oh, dude, he's got the RPG blowing the building up. He's just like you for real.
Just like me.
See for
Look,
it?
it solves so many problems. You have no idea.
It does. Like this building now has like 8 new exits.
It was still funny, just like wasting people in Warzone. If it gave me more
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh, it was so funny. You were like, "There's a guy over there," and I was like, "Which way?" And I hear, and it just comes up on the
Direct
fucking
hit.
screen like,
Dead.
God,
He
what
ain't
is like a?
coming back.
Is this prey? This dude is building all the way up to the sky with like a goo launcher, and then you can just climb it and use it as like.
Crazy.
I'm gonna have to send you this, whether you want to show it or just watch it on your own.
I'll probably watch it
Uh,
because I need to get to my
This,
dinner.
yeah, this
It's
looks
getting cold
interesting.
at
I'll
this
send it
point.
on your nugs.
My nugs are getting cold.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I'll tag Maverick too. This looks pretty impressive. I'm actually much more excited now, having seen some of the game. This does look smooth from 7 months ago. God, I would have assumed this just came out. This it looks like a combination of that make. But I mean,
Oh, the little goody two shoes come out on Xbox?
did what?
Little goody two shoes. Or is that soon?
Or next week? I don't think it came out
There
yet.
was a demo that went up on Steam or something.
Yeah. Uh, well, I don't see it on here when I typed in.
No, it doesn't show up. People were talking about it.
Strange.
I know it was announced for Xbox.
Yeah, and the trailer looked awesome. That art style. Oh,
That sweet
big fan.
90s aesthetic. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Yep.
Blue the Bone aesthetic.
Oh, it's on the 31st on Tuesday next week.
Wait, when is it? Next week?
Yeah, 31st. It says like Astral shit.
Oh, right on Halloween. Extra spooky. Whenever I see the eliminated by and stuff, it looks just like Overwatch. And then you look at the gameplay and it's like, well, this is Battlefield. This is very cool.
Yeah, Little Good Tissues looks great.
Hell yeah. Very excited.
Okay, I'm gonna head off and eat my dinners. And then we'll be back for next week after Halloween's. Enjoy your spooks times,
Yeah.
everyone. Have good spooks.
Try not to eat candy with a razor blade.
Or drugs.
Yeah, I guess you could do drugs too.
No, no, no
I mean,
drugs. Don't do drugs.
don't do. Oh, drugs bad.
Drugs are bad. Only the ones that are given
Yes,
to you by your doctor.
exactly. Or strangers because
I
they're
mean, you want
expensive.
to,
And even
if they
if you
want to do
don't
whatever
take
they
them,
want. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not your mom. Do whatever you want.
not your dad, buddy. I'm not your buddy, dad. Yeah, just remember that drugs are expensive and and free money is free money. Do with that what you will. I'm not a cop. I'm not your dad. Don't do drugs. We tell jokes here. We don't give advice.
All right. Till next time. Matane.
Bye.